So if you're there, Liam, that's a good question. I'm just going to adjust this sound because it's getting really hard to talk without blowing up the microphone. 1 second. Let's set it down to 17 decibels. All right, how's that? Yeah, it's better. That's a good question. So basically, they came out and said that they killed off kind of their underperformers, which is standard fare. Good morning, Stacy. But because they're automating, they basically reduce staff to nothing, skeleton crew, and then they're not going to bring that crew back. Labor is generally the number one cost of any business in the Western world. And if you can get rid of the humans, you basically save, $53,000 to $1 million a year, depending on their role in the business, right? And that's why stuff as a service is very popular. Infrastructure and inventory probably are close seconds, or fleets like vehicles and things that wear out. And then generally your input costs, your materials to build whatever you're doing, like your popcorn or your steel, your ore, actually comes in lower than your cost to ship, move, because there's all that crap attached to it. Anyways, so they talked about reducing that, and they're going to leave their skeleton crew, which is already shown. I think it saves them $100 million. No, it costs them $100 million now, and it previously cost them, I think, $300 million for people and staff and all that. So they've 66% reduced it, and I think they said that they're going to slowly ramp up to 150 or 200 with the cleaning measures and all this added. The cleaning costs them, I think, $10 million a year. And then the added labor, time, blah, 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 whatever, you can roughly say it's going to double their skeleton crew cost. But you're still looking at a 30% reduction over where they were, with the added benefits of, I don't know, bleaching everything. So I don't know the science behind how they generated that number, but I can mentally visualize that they probably made a cleaning procedure that's faster or automated. I'd like to see it firsthand, but anything's better than a guy going around and sweeping after everything, row by row by row by row. I really would like to see some type of wet plus drying. Like they could just wash all the stuff down, spray everything down, and then have it evaporate because it's all alcohol, and then vent it out so it doesn't kill somebody. But of course, that comes with cost, right? Like that's a lot of alcohol or a lot of water. Water's cheap though, but it doesn't evaporate quickly. So, but then if you put in heated floors, then the floors can, instead of heating the room old school, you can heat the floor, cook the floor, make it evaporate. I don't know. I doubt they've gone that far, but yeah. So to answer the question, yeah, it looks like we're in a better place, at least on that financially. But our risk is that if no one comes to the theaters because they can't or they're scared, scared would be worse. Can't is, eventually that'll go away. Scared, eventually that will go away as well, but that takes a while. Fear is powerful. So. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. It doesn't matter. Well, it does matter somewhat how, because sometimes they're like, yeah, we just saved $1 gazillion, or as GME just did. Oh, yeah, we went up 30% in Australia. You're glossing over the why or the how, and the how is temporary in that case. And so that's not a permanent solution, right? So that's really what you need to take away is, will it last? Will it sustain? Is this going to be a permanent detriment to your finances? And as long as there's physical space, you're going to have cleaners, right? and they probably cut back their cleaners year after year after year. But now with the pandemic, they're going to be a cleaning focused. But I've yet to see. I'm sure we'll get to see some inside information. But I'd like to see that procedure because, yeah, that would be really good. Actually, I should post to Reddit. I should ask people, has anybody been to the AMC? What about the cleaning procedures? I'm curious because, yeah, I don't know how they could improve it. Like, those stupid chairs are in the way, right? But maybe they can replace them with chairs that maybe all lift up. Like, if you had like a roller coaster that has like that big bar that goes across, maybe you could lift all the chairs with one big bar, so you could just get in there, lift them to 6 feet in the air, sort of deal. So, yeah, that would be interesting. But we'll see. So we're just going to look at the pre-market, although there's really not much to do. So we'll do that with about 5 minutes left. We'll just wait for... oh, yeah. And don't forget to smash that like button and hit that bell and subscribe and something else. Forget what they say. But yeah. And then I'll say catchphrases like Ape Space Gang and rocket ship emoji, diamond. Yeah. But yeah, the subscriptions help me the most. If I can get up to 1,000 subscriptions, then I can get AMC shares for every show I do. I don't really care about the money, but it's a fun goal. If I collect people that like what I'm doing, and then all they have to do is sit through a crappy ass stupid ad, and then they get, it adds to the party. It doesn't cost them much but their time. So, which is valuable. Don't get me wrong, time is valuable. But then we can watch the YouTube dollars turn into AMC shares. It'll just be a perfect cycle of life. AMC giveth, it taketh away, and giveth again. Such is the life, the prophecy foretold by the diamond ape. Oh, man. I wouldn't be surprised if I go to my local jewelry shop and they start selling, like, diamond apes. Like, they know there's a market for it now, so they'll just be like, yeah, this sculpture of an ape, it's like 10 bitcoins. This is the way. I'll show you the way. I think in the absolute end game of entertainment, I think it's going to be fully immersive movies. So I think what's going to happen is you're going to get like what Call of Duty does in a video game, where it puts you into the action and pushes you along, and you have a little bit of control, and then you have cinematic, right? So I think the future of movies will probably be at home, full VR sort of deal. And the movie company will build a perspective, and you will basically interact with that perspective. The only thing that I think really stops that from happening is that movies, just like photos and paintings, they have a forced perspective, and that is what gives them the ability to shape and frame something in a way you may have not seen before, and that's what makes them intriguing, right? Whereas if you're just dropped in the middle of D-Day, yeah, okay, you get to experience it, but you may miss out on things, or you don't see the same thing, and there's not a shared experience. And then video games bridge that gap, because we all have the same experience overall, but we kind of have a little bit of leeway getting there, right? So that's the mid ground. But then take that to the next level where it's fully immersive and it's Hollywood blockbuster kind of level of effects, kind of like Call of Duty does. So then we can kind of have that, but with the ability to move around. But I think you're right. There's probably going to be some in between. Like, I don't think movies will ever be done away. Fixed perspective will always be there. So you see what they show you. You don't have to swing your head around, right? You're not constantly trying to figure out all the details. There's going to be the fixed perspective, but I think it's going to go 3D or it's going to go 3D, but it's going to go 360 or at least more of a panning your head sort of deal, I think. Or maybe more interactive. So maybe in like the future, the movie will adapt to how you interact with it, but it will be forced perspective. So you'll be forced into situations, you can look around, but you have no control over your body. Something like that, right? Yeah. I don't know. It's hard to envision a future, but I think we're gonna get a merge between interactive video games and movies of the flat 2D perspective, and there's going to be a bridge. But just like art, like paintings are not going anywhere. But of course, they've died since like the Renaissance. We're not hiring painters to paint ourselves, and we're not throwing up a million paintings around our house. So there's definitely been a decline, but it's not going to ever be destroyed. Just like photography is not going to be destroyed. Fixed perspective film's not going to be destroyed. Yeah. Not until, I guess, maybe technology that could capture all details in time and space. But even then, you're still probably going to have photos. Even if you could capture the essence of the moment and walk around and look around and relive it 100%, that might kill videos, maybe, like home videos, but it won't kill a picture, forced perspective, an angle. Yeah. Anyways, let's take a look at this pre-market and get ready for the day. So we're floating around 8 cents down. Okay. So it's looking grim, but maybe we'll level out. I'm just going to keep the hope alive. So if we're looking at the larger scale here, there we go. So basically, yeah, we're going back into this territory of the 8s, 792 territory. I'm hoping that we're sitting around here, the 918 realm, that we can get that back up, right, and get us back at least to the 922s. Nope, not 22s. The 986s, the 961s, the 10, and then at least level us out into this territory. Of course, if everything goes well, we're going to go up to 11, 13, and basically reverse this. But judging by how negative things are, that's awesome. That's not coming for a bit of time. So we have to see a little bit more happiness before we can get excited. Yeah. Your question was a good guess for a limit buy. So you're trying to buy in? Well, if it ever went to 7, that would be a guaranteed buy for me, but you have to look at the momentum. If it just becomes 7 instantly, I'd be very scared. If it creaks down to 7, that's also not so great. But if it dips to 7, like goes along flat or it's going up and then there's a sudden sell-off, go for it. Like you have to weigh it out. Anyways, we're now market open. So I am expecting a bit of a sell-off, and then we'll go green and hopefully stay green. So we're starting green. Okay. Well, the market maker plays a role. I don't know if there's really no reason for a market maker to be evil per se. They're out to make a buck, and business to business relationships are definitely different than retail investors. But I don't think, there is any conspiracy to conspire against the public. It's just businesses have the option of trading shares behind the scenes. Then why not do it? Because I could use the open market, or we could strike some form of agreement and I get a discount or a more favorable rate, right? It's just business. So, no, I don't think there's a lot to worry about there. So this is decent volume. Don't get too excited. But Ted. Sorry, and what's the overnight volume? I haven't looked at that. It's only 2. So not bad. Okay, this is 11. 12. It's looking good. Yeah, I think just the dark pool stuff, people don't like it because there's no transparency. So things that are done on an open market, a regulated market, it's all visible. But if you build your own custom market, just like a cryptocurrency is like a custom foreign exchange, right? You can do whatever the hell you want. And the guy who's the exchange owner doesn't get his cut, right? So of course NASDAQ and New York Stock Exchange would be pissed because previously you had to do all these business to business trades, the routine shaking of hands and all this sort of stuff, and they would get a cut. Now you can do it on your own private one and you don't have to pay nobody, right? It's kind of like a big bank complaining that you've saved your money in a vault instead of putting it in their bank where they can nail you for fees. It's basically the same. But of course, you might be a crazy illegal drug dealer, and so you're doing bad things with your money. And yeah, that's true. The dark pool people could be doing bad things, but by the generality, it's more exception. Just like cops can be bad too. Yeah, of course they can. Anybody can be bad. Judges can be corrupt. But to say every judge is corrupt, that's the US has one of the best legal systems in the world. And as much as it seems shitty and it's portrayed to be very shitty, it's still light years ahead of what the rest of the world tends to have. Europe's pretty good, but like you go Africa, good luck. Australian legal system's okay. Because the Australian legal system's like old British, and Canada has kind of the same problem. We have a lot of outdated crap. China's legal system doesn't really exist. So, you got something, right? For a superpower, Russia's legal system is a 9mm bullet, either in the gun or in you, Actually, why waste the bullet? Just leave you outside in Siberia work camp. Yeah. But good times. Yeah. Now, the legal system in the U.S. is great. It's the laws are kind of silly, or the rules and punishments are kind of silly. But the actual system, the process, it's pretty decent. Yeah. But anyways, let's not digress too much about that. Yeah, we're still looking good. Now, the rest of the market is unhappy. Gap down, which is no good. GME is treading water. So it looks like it's going to go How's gold doing? Slightly up. US currency. Japan did good yesterday. Germany's okay. Yeah. Little block crashing still. Suck it. Yeah, I don't think this is going to hold. Unfortunately. I hope to be pleasantly surprised, but it doesn't look like it. You got the weight of... You can see on the watch list there, pretty much everything's red except for us and GME. Gold's getting more added to it. US currency's going down, which, since this is matched to the US currency, I guess when the US currency also goes down, this will go up as well. I'm not 100% sure, but gold doesn't change in its value and the currency drops, then the ratio between gold to US should go up, and that's what that measures. So, and if the US dollar or gold becomes less valuable, right, the spot price, one of the two, you will have a change in price. If I got that right. It might be part of the power play that, so businesses can kind of manipulate their balance sheets slightly. It's not illegal, they're just shifting stuff. So let's say like you're on the cusp of losing money. You could buy a whole bunch of inventory and put yourself into the negatives, or take out a thing of debt or whatever and make it look really bad, and then go into your earnings call with this thing you bought yesterday weighing you down. Or you can wait just after the earnings call, buy it, and try to get rid of it before the next earning call, right? So a lot of businesses kind of do that. They try to put their best foot forward for each earnings call as just kind of like a goalpost. So they might be trying to show, as we're going into the recovery phase of the pandemic, they want to show that they're coming out swinging to their investors, right? So you either do an earnings call as early as you can, and then you load up on debt, and then do your next earnings call after you've recovered, so it hides the debt sort of deal. At least if you're looking at the green versus red and you're not looking at the details. I could see that as being a possibility, but yeah, nothing conspiratorial again. Yeah, but I know like financial companies, they do it all the time. They manipulate or cook their books to the point where it's right on the cusp of illegal, and they shift money around, and I loan you money, so a third-party company takes on all my debt, and he's owned by somebody. Like so this company just takes $1 million, $2 million worth of losses for no reason. I have $2 million, less in my account, right? So it's, I think that's illegal now. I think you're supposed to report all debts you have in Tide, because technically you can't just offload it to that guy and then he goes bankrupt sort of deal. So you can offload it to him, but it's still on your books as something you owe, but that company is not asking for any interest on it. But you haven't removed your obligations to the people that are asking you to pay for that $1 million you don't have on your books anymore. Just because you moved it doesn't mean it's paid back to them. So I think now you report it. It's anyways, you can just cook the books that way is the whole point. I'm not really well versed in fraud, so I can't really advise you on it, but I know that was something they used to do, using shell companies and to hide money or take on debts. And you still see it with every time there's a construction project, they build a new company just for that project. So if it goes wrong or gets sued or whatever, the maximum liability is that of that brand new company. You see that a lot with numbered companies doing things, and that's to limit liability. And it doesn't affect the parent company's books. So, but these are things you need to learn if you're going to be a crazy capitalist. But right now we get to do the cool job. We're aggressive short-term traders. We're just here to make a buck off the working man while producing nothing of value ourselves. Yeah. Yeah, so this is the daily, but yeah, if we can definitely just get us a green. I'd love to see a green that gets us all the way up to 11 something, but even just a small green, something just to stop this fucking flow, that would be great. And we're already going flat at 1910, 1920 basically, I guess is probably where we are. God damn it. Give us a breakout. The volume is pretty low. That one's pretty good right here. Two of them are nice. The rest of them are sub. Yay! Yeah, give us a breakout. Come on. I'll say this is like a nice W. There's your middle. So if we could get a breakout, there's a good chance it could just steam right up to here. But again, look at this volume. So if this is going to be a breakout, it'd be like this. And then the halfway point's right about here. And the 70% is about here. So these would be the two places it would try to die or go sideways. So we'll see that transpire. You'll see as it gets to this line, it'll either speed up or it'll have resistance and come down. If it comes up with enough force that it breaks through, then it will double up and go nuts. But it's not even getting to that line yet. So, sad pandas. Unless my ability to measure 50% is wrong, which is probably a possibility. Let me take a look. %, 1, 2, 3, 3.5. Oh, it is. Yep. So if we measure against this stick, I am good. If we measure against this stick, then this top of this green where it first came down was 50% of this. So now let's say we're doing the bigger one, which is what I measured for. So now this should get pushed down because we stopped right on the midway, or it's going to gap up to here. One of the two. And so that could be the push down. So now it's getting erased. Now we could have the gap up. If we're lucky. Yeah. So this one should be a little bit more powerful. Come on. There you go. So it did both, but it started with the gap down because we stopped at 50% and it doesn't like it. So it tried to go back under, didn't have enough steam. So now it's going to repel itself away because if it couldn't go down, it has only one option, which is to go up. So that's us breaking through the line. So we now should have a little bit more steam until we hit the top of this. Oh, come on. You can do it. If it's going to pull us back, it should pull us back to right here. It should stop. Oh, really? All right, come on. Be a good boy stock today. Come on. Yeah, that's it. There you go. Now, a little retraction is actually good. It'll save us going back down, so this is good. This is about, of this stick, it's about 20%. Now we're looking at no retraction. We have 32 seconds left. 19 seconds left. I would think it would give us a small red. If we were going to complete this, we would go right up to the top really fast. Since we're not doing that, it's likely to be red. Not that big though. So we'll see an immediate green fixing this. Or we'll see a green that goes to the top. The green, if it's fixing it, will go back to this line here. But if that happens, then we have a chance of falling down in the next one. Because this one's just correcting this red. But if we can get this green past this red, then we have a chance of a technical breakout on like the ultra short term. And then we also have a chance of getting to the top on the larger term. But something about this big right there, that will just correct this red. Because that red oversold, air quote, for the 3-minute span. That was an oversell. Sure, we can get some lemons in. Get them in early. There we go. Get the citrus in. This should complete to the top. Volume's pretty good. 8s, 5s. Minus this one. That one's a 2. The volume's at least above average. Well, above average for end of day, not for morning. But I think we'll see our volume kick up once things start going good. Because remember, the majority of stock people only show up when they get alerts on their portfolios, right? And the majority of the money is held by people that set it and forget it. So we're not going to see large volume increases until it's a particular troubling day, like those last 2 days. So now they're probably just checking every couple hours to see when they can buy back in, if they haven't left AMC all entirely. So GME is also, excuse me, also looking good. I mean, as much as it can look good. But I said the same thing yesterday before we crashed, so take it with a grain of salt. Yeah, see, this isn't looking good because now we're rolling back under the 70 line here. So that's yeah, and then as we roll closer to the 50, which is here, it'll pull down. Come on, give us a breakout. Quit low volume killing us here. Just push up over this little red, and then we can gap up. Come on, lemon. Yeah, we're losing steam. Okay, let me get the proper. This one is fixed so that let's do it off this guy here. There. Now I got a good measurement tool. So we're batting off of the What are we batting off of? This would be 70. The 50 is the halfway point. 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, there's 5 here? 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, there is 5. Okay, 1, 2, 1. I can't even see the lines on that. Alright, let's get the other one. I thought it was the gamped, but I guess it's the gamp box. Okay, it's the gamp box. Okay, good. We'll bring this up to here. Okay. So yeah, we're hitting the 50% line now. Oh, my free eyeballing was actually pretty fucking good. Damn. It's like I do this often. Damn. I just kind of visualized this whole slope and I'm like, right here. Oh man. I did not think I got it that good. Yeah, so then we'll get pulled under. Now we might bounce off this 60% line, if you will. Or 30% line if you're going the other way. If this is inverted. And that's a no-go. Volume was piss on that one. The rest of it is decent, but not high. So this could become a giant W. So we'll have a little bit of support at the bottom of this box, if we go that far. And then that might see a W. If we're lucky, we will see an S-shaped form here. More than likely, at the speed we're moving. If we're super lucky, we'll see an S-shape like now. But this got momentum, so it's going to probably go until it hits either this line here, which is probably why you saw a little green. That's the top of these giving it support. But I don't know if that's enough. And then the bottoms are here. So if it continued, then it would get support here. And then if it goes small, then potentially go through. But I really would like to see the buyers use this to get us out. Yeah. So huge money drop. Well, looks huge, but so this is all buyers, no sellers, basically. So, or limited sellers, because there's always a seller, right? But you get the idea. So that was a 1.1 on the volume. The one beside it was a 4. So obviously this isn't 4 times bigger than this. So there's a lot of buyers stopping the sellers here, which is a good sign for reversal. This is a 1 and this is a 1. So this was a lot of sellers continuing. And then the buyers basically now broke out on, the sellers basically gave up, see? This is 400 volume, and it's already a quarter to a half of this. Yeah. So that actually speaks to more institutional ebbs and flow, like portfolios, because they let off the gas because they're doing their work, right? Lifting and raising big oceans. And then when they're done, then the small time punks can move the stock price around after the weight basically got off of them. So if that's the case, you'd see a rise in volume over a course of a couple minutes. And that's not the case here. Or you'd see a burst over a couple of minutes. So there's this one, and this one. 5, 2, and that doesn't look like the case as well either. Yeah, because usually what you'll see is if the institutionals are doing work, it'll ramp up, and it'll like be a constant 500 spread out over a couple minutes, and then like, or not 500, but like a constant amount, and it'll just be like constant, done. And then of course done, then the local people kick in who are being suppressed or they're being lifted up. Because you might see that too, where it's like a constant buy, and then as soon as they let go, it's like all the small time sellers kick in, and it's like da-da-da-da-da-da-da. But then it'd be low volume. And that's why like these mean nothing without volume, because like this one was really big, but the volume wasn't there. So you need volume always. So this is actually looking good. So it didn't quite get its breakout, but it definitely bounced off of this technical out of the retraction measurement. This box is handy for visualization. So there's an increase in volume, but the increase came with the green getting pushed down. So that means there's some active sellers being a bitch right now. And they can go suck a big 1111. Now that could have been maybe someone taking on a short sell position, because that's what that would look like too, right? Like who sells on the way up on a recovery, but if you think it's going to turn, now the short seller that just got in will close his position right now if this goes up over, and you'll see a sudden jump about the size of this. Let's see. Okay, now give us a sudden jump. He's starting to lose money. Wait for him to close his position. Come on. No. Yeah, he needs to get pushed out, and we'll see just kind of a jump, maybe a penny or two. 3-penny jump. Now he might double down on his position, so this will jump down a penny. Let's see. So what I'm doing now is I'm just trying to see the players that are in the game right now. And I thought I may have spotted a short seller behavior. So if this goes up, we should see it go just jump, because he'll have to close his position if I'm right. Come on. Because no one takes a position on an upswing that aggressively. And who takes profit from here to here, like, or here to there? So it makes 0 sense unless you're really aggressive short seller. But that also means as soon as you start losing money, you'll get out because you're playing tiny. I would wait till you get over the W, then you can buy for the technical breakout. So once we get over 964, it's safer to buy. Like we're just treading water right here. We definitely need that W though. Complete the W. All right. We might see the gap up now. Come on. There we go. We just need a little bit of volume. Good. And then we should see a jump in the volume and this at the same time. Yeah, there you go. So that's him. He just closed his position. He took a loss, and that's probably him. See how it just flew up? Oh, fucker, don't get back in. But, yeah, that I think there's a short seller here. Yeah, at least somebody with a bit of money. He was able to move quite a bit of shares. Someone with about 50, so 250, 25,000 times 4, so 100,000 shares. If I am doing the conversion right. So 100,000 shares is almost $1 million. If I got my volume right. My volume, I think, is 40 times less than the real volume when we were comparing. But, yeah. He's able to move the market 3 cents, let's say, with all his stuff. So that was him taking a loss. How much did he lose? 1%. That makes sense. So he set a stop loss of, yeah, 1%. That makes sense too. So they usually have automatic stop losses, and if it's usually very tight, like 1%. So you either make 10% or you lose 1% every bet you make. Yeah. Now, if we see this gap down, it's him getting back in. But we really want this guy to just fuck off and get into a buying position. Stop screwing with our stock. He's not doing it maliciously, but, you know, fuck him. Okay, that's good. So that's not him. That's just slow volume. We'll see a sudden jump of like 5K here if it's him. 15K jump. Oh, he's glad he closed his short position. Yeah, still not. This is still regular. So, yeah, so now we have a technical breakout. I would say it's safe to buy and put a stop loss at 965. We'll probably continue a little bit more. Excellent. That's going to give a lot of positivity and help us out. Oh, and it gapped up. Sweet baby Jesus, we're going for a little bit of a run. As I say it, we stop. Keep going. Okay. Yeah, we gapped up, which is a good sign. Oh, GME just went up 15%. That's what's doing it, eh? Oh, good call. Look at that, baby. Someone hit the turbo psycho rockets. 8K, 5K. Okay, so that's mediumly high volume for them. This one's quite high volume for them. Oh my god, these guys are just love losing money. Maybe all the stimulus checks finally hit. All the poor people stimulus checks. And it takes 2 days to clear the money, so here we are on the 25th. Maybe? I don't know. I don't fucking know. Either way, that's good. Yeah, Zach is giving the best financial advice. That's why we keep him around. Zach is like hardcore professional investor, so he spouts nothing but winning advice. Oh, I got cancer from that. So that's some saggy boobs here. Some grandma style, seen better days. Nudge, nudge, say no more, say no more. Does she like GME stocks? You know, does she fancy a little bit of short selling? A little bit of puts and calls? You know, it's all the same to a blind man who trades stocks. Say no more, say no more. Yeah, I wish I could remember what he says. A touch is a feel is the same for a blind man, if you know what I mean. Yeah, I'll have to Google that exact line. I was trying to just do it off the top of my head. Okay, so they're showing weakness. This one here is two-way fight. This is a one-way fight. Buyers went up, sellers pushed down. So they're not done yet, but that's weakness. And we're looking good. We had a little bit of retraction, and now we go to the moon. No, Zach hasn't been banned yet. He's working on it, though. He's working on it. There's only been, I think, 5 people I had to mute, and just all because they were spamming. Yep, that got crushed. That's excellent. Alright, I gotta check in on my... I might have people trying to take on positions. Okay. And we're looking good. So that's a nice 10% recovery. Excellent. So at least this is setting us off on a good foot. Okay, just sending out a few messages here. So I think we're seeing the start of the recovery. So fuck, thank God. I was like, I could survive infinite amount of days of going down, but it's like, oh, we really needed to get our head out of our ass yesterday. So at least now by today, this is at least going to get some weight off our shoulders. Well, thanks to crazy folks at GME. I mean, we're not completely out of the woods, but we did just pull 10%. So at the very least, we're not doing negative 10% today. You know, if we try to do negative 10% today, that means we went down negative 20, right? So now we're going to see everybody getting the fear of missing out, and it's going to drive us up into the moon. Sweet. Good news. Disney delays Black Widow. Yeah, that was yesterday. Disney can suck a big 1. If you're not down with AMC, you can just suck a big 1. Yep. So yeah, I'll start day trading once we hit 15 as well. Or sorry, 14. We got to hit 14 so I can get my money back. Oh. Good stuff, though. Yeah, so yeah, we don't want to count our chickens before they hatch, but once we get to about 10:10, we're a much more stable footing because we have all of this. And then it's going to be easy to get up. So 10:10, and the next one's 10:56, then 11. So 50 cents jumps from here, here, and here. And then if we get to 11 something, we're back to being normal. Then it'll take us a day or two to get back to 14. Yeah, because we got to do the 12s or so. Yeah, I think we're in much better shape if this continues, at least. Let's not get too excited. Although looks decent. This shaved a day off. So this is basically making up for yesterday's, I'll leave the lemons, yesterday's drop, right? I expected us to kind of do this, right? This happened. We've completely corrected the hole in the ground, right? So now the hard part is 10. So we'll have to work our way, up like this, and that's probably going to be the rest of today. And then we'll get a little bit of a down day tomorrow, but we'll still have our gains, and that will deal with this. And then this will be Monday's problem probably. Friday should kill this negativity. The fact we're doing it one day before Friday, that's good. So that we have a little bit of gain before Friday's slightly less awesome. Or we go into Friday kicking and screaming because there's all this pent-up demand. But that should happen today rather than Friday. But again, it depends on the news and all that sort of stuff. So, yeah, we'll see. We'll see. Stock terminal cancer. Yeah. Yeah. I hear battle music, and wait, it has vocals, and those vocals are in Latin. Oh dear. Yeah, that's when you know things are going south. Oh man. Oh yeah, try playing like fighting games like that, or brawlers that use audio cues to let you know when you're in combat. Play it with no sound. Because they send enemies at you with like zero warning. The only warning you get is a sudden change in environment, right? And holy crap, you're just walking, you get jumped. So you're scanning around and you become like a twitchy, paranoid person because there's no cue. Oh man. It's brutal. I don't know. I had to sell off my sell button for more shares, stave off a margin call. So I don't know. I don't know what's going on here. We are going sideways, but it's good as long as we stay above this blue. I just watched Anchorman last night. Just threw it up while I was flying around space. I'm making a killing in that space game now. I bought 2 mining vehicles, hired up a staff, and got them out there mining asteroids. They give me about $1,000 every 20 minutes or so, and a spaceship is anywhere between $100,000 credits, and a ship is somewhere between 200,000 to 1,000,000 credits. So, yeah, a couple of hours and you got yourself a new fancy ship. No, I'm playing X4. I acquired it the other day and I just wanted something to go around and I was playing Need for Speed Heat just to drive around and waste time in while the stocks were going. But I got to the point in the game where it's basically requires incredible focus to win the races. So I'm like, I can't do it. Like, it's just, I can't do both. All right, so how are we doing here? Still not bad, but yeah, this is an increase of negativity. How's GME doing? They got a bit of a swing here, but again, increase but that's a very strong up. This is low volume. So it's probably just this. The curving of the markets are probably just weighing us down. Yeah. Yeah. It pretty much, like, these look like the same, eh? So where it was helping us here, it's now weighing us down, but that's fine. It's as long as the volume doesn't pick up. You don't want to see big reds, increased volume. This is just the ebb and flow of the markets, which hopefully this is going to be this is the ebb, and give us the flow. We've been ebbing for too long. Nope, still going to be red. Definite red, and that means we're probably going to go red unless we can stave off this terminal cancer of a stock. Come on. Everything's good in America land. Theaters are open. People are eating popcorn. The economy is roaring. Dr. Fauci is sitting on a couchy. It's all good. Yeah, that's not robots at all. What's the volume on that? Yeah, pretty low, but constant. Yeah. Bzzzt. But this stock has definitely got robots, like right here. And, well, pretty much every time you see a constant flat. But we know this has robots from previously detecting them right there. There's a good example. Yeah. Well, it's interesting. Yeah, we were talking about robots, and then we all got a taste of it shortly after. Oof, where are we? Here we are. So our volume went from 2 million to 24 million. Nice. So we got a little bit of pickup in here. It's probably this guy. Because, yeah, we opened with 2.6 million, I think. And it was looking pretty grim for the first couple minutes. And that guy probably is a heavy hitter. Good. We're still lower than average volume. I think by 10, we're usually somewhere around 30. On a really good day, we're 50 or something. And then by 12, we're at 50. No, on a really shitty day, we end the day at 50, or even one day, I think we ended the day at 30, 32. But that was the day I just kind of wanted to shotgun mouthwash. Oh my god, that was a boring fucking day. It was just nothing. Flat, 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 flat. 5 minutes of flats. Flat, flat, flat. Kill me. Yeah. Yeah. I should actually write down where our volume is at key times, so I just have a ballpark feel. So what time is it? 10:15? 25. Okay, I'll try to remember that. Their volume's... Oh, that was their average. I was like, whoa, their volume's high. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, their average is around 20, 21, I guess. So when I saw it there, I was like, whoa. Then I'm like, wait, 9 billion? Oh, right. I was scrolled down. So 7's actually pretty good. 7 and 7 is 14. 14 doubled is 28. So for a quarter of the day, which is kind of what we're coming up to, they have above average volume. Yeah, it looks like it. Look at how strong that is. So it's a matter if it continues, though. Yeah, what if I just zoom out like this? Yeah, that's actually really solid compared to the last couple of days, which have been Debbie Downers. Yeah. Oof. Look at that one. Holy crap. What's that? 26,000, which is big for them. Because for them, they're, what, 10 times us, right? Cost-wise. So they're looking at like 700s and 2,000s and, yeah, 2,000, 3,000 on open, 8,000. Ooh, that's big. But yeah, double digits is scary for GME. So, okay, we're zigzagging, but that's good. So this could turn into an S. I don't want to delete these lemons. I'm not a very superstitious guy, but if they're working, just fucking leave the lemons. There's no harm. I'll just have to go, oh no, oh god, no. Alright. I'll just do this safely. Okay. Okay. And this is looking good. In fact, here, I'll just add lemons. There can't be harm in adding a lemon. There we go. Preparing my anus for some red. Ouch. No, no, I think we're looking okay here. This is pretty healthy, unless there's a major turnaround. This is a quite a healthy growth. We did kind of go down a little hard than I would expect it here, but we are just coming out of extreme negativity, right? So you're not expecting people to be as aggressive buying as they were 4 days ago, right? So our reds should be a little bit longer, but the fact that we turned around and we're almost 90% back, that's very good. And then as things get better, we're going to see longer and longer greens and shorter reds. And then that's when we know we're back to knocking on heaven's door. Did you buy at 10.20? It's because you purchased. Look at it crash. That's the problem. You're purchasing. What you need to do is sell everything you got, and all that dead weight belts, we're gonna fly to the moon. Show price on the bottom right corner. Oh, yeah. Right. Let's switch to the market open. Yeah. I forgot I was in this mode. Yeah. Yeah, the price is also here. This is the current price. So like I never look at this unless I want the percentage. I look at this from time to time to see how the market's doing, right? These guys here. But I'm primarily drawing lines with my head. I wish I could make this line thicker. Because that's really important line. But it won't let me adjust it, it seems. Here. There. Or actually, there. Now I can play with it. Okay. Okay. Yeah. Really wish I could adjust that. It says horizontal grid lines, scale lines. Oh, maybe it's this. Scale lines? No, that's these guys. Yeah. Horizontal grid lines. Well, maybe if I crank it up. Oh, it's this. Okay. Uh, Scales. Hey, that's cool. I could leave that up. Then we don't even need this. Ooh, she's going for a second takeoff. If it gets up to 1022, we're going to go for another run. Hmm. Ah, here it is. Last price line. Ah, thick. Can I change the... It's going to be dotted, eh? Okay, that's much better. Found it. Okay, now I'm happy. Yeah, I like having the line thicker so that you can see it, because as we're going up this side, right, this is what's affecting us. So now we get support, and so much better. Good, good. Yep. Yeah, that's a good call, Belts. Ye of... Yep. You got to be a diamond-fisted ape to survive in this game. But as you can tell with the tone of my voice, I am definitely relieved that we had at least, even if this completely comes back, at least we had a 10% breakout. Because Christ, another day of going down. Because if we continue to go down, so you're on time limits or little timers every time. So we're going down because of wet blankets, we're being pushed down, bad news, whatever. But if that doesn't lift in soon enough, then people will start bailing out just because we are down. So you get that self-fulfilling prophecy. The water has left the market, we're sinking, like the boat's going down. We don't have holes in us. The ship's fine, but the water level's going down. But then if it stays down for too long, people just bail on the ship because there's not enough water or whatever, right? So we were getting very dangerously close to basically collapsing under the weight of things. And it was like, fuck. And then it becomes real because the fake pressures that are temporary cause a permanent, pressure. And it's like, But so at least that's been lifted. It looks like the weights of the pandemic and all that garbage crap that happened to us is gone. So now we are free of that and our water level can return. And now we just have to get our confidence back without getting another wet blanket thrown on us. And which is like GME going ape shit, or France decides to burn all their theaters. I don't know. I don't know what news will come out of Paris this time. So, yeah. Well, we'll see. But at least this is psychologically worth $1 million. Yeah. Yes. Yep. I'm currently holding a position from 1395 from 5 days ago. I think it's 5 days ago. 1, 2, 3, 4 days ago. Yeah. So Friday last week. Right here. I bought in somewhere around here. So I was day trading and then I bought in. I'm like, I'll hold overnight and see where we are. And then when we crashed, I'm like, I don't want to take the loss because we'll probably rebound. Then a bunch of wet blankets and fuck me. And here we are. Okay, so we're really trying to get over this 18-15 line here. So this is going to be a little bit of trouble, but we've already hit it once, twice. So let's hope we can get through it. This is a nice recovery. Probably needs more lemons. Here you go. Yeah, let's get over this line. I want to get into a nice bed of... We broke this line? Oh, we're on it right now. So, yeah, see down here, we're hitting this. Now that you can see the green line, we're hitting this guy. So this is now a ceiling where it would have been a support. We bounced off of it as support. And then when we broke through it previously, we crashed, right? Now we're coming back up. It's now a ceiling. So this guy and this guy are both points that are going to give us a little bit of trouble. But, yeah, that's why these guys are down here. And then this guy's he broke through. So now he just has to get over these tips. Each time he goes over a tip, he'll get a little bit more acceleration. So this should actually give him a couple good boosts. So they're so close together. And then we'll smash into this black line. And let's hope we get over this black line. The black line's a midpoint. Right now, you can see it going against the bottom here. And that bottom's giving it a little bit of resistance. Midpoints don't generally have the same effect as bottoms and tops. But it's a good generality, especially on something like this, where there's so many bottoms and so many tops. You don't know which ones are actually resistance and whatever. But considering this was almost an entire day, I bet you every single one of these is a point of resistance. So this is going to look really funky on the way up because it's going to be like chop, 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 chop. Yeah, unless we just plow through it all, but... Okay, let me adjust this because obviously that's this guy here and these guys here. So that's what we're trying to get through right now. This is now going to support us, this guy here. Stops us from falling. And then if we go down a little bit more, this guy and this guy will support us right here, which are these guys. And technically the tops of these guys are now short-term support as well. Yeah. All right. So positivity. All right. This is good. GME. Okay. GME has no support yet. It's still coming out of its free fall. So it's getting its support from the 3rd, the 5th of March. Yeah, so when it crashed yesterday, it basically stopped on this. This gave it enough support to stop the free fall, which is good because they hit support before we hit support. And I think that may have contributed to us not falling, right? Because obviously, like, that's insane. That's a lot of money. And that definitely had effect on us, right? So that's good. That's a good, for once, a good thing. Usually GME, we start falling and then GME falls into a gap and then we get fucking tanked because we were already in a bad position and they just made it worse. So 10.05, that's good. What's these numbers? 10.16. We want 10.16. Okay, the Dow, NASDAQ that's yesterday. NASDAQ's shit. S&P, which is pretty much the NASDAQ, shit. And the Dow is close to being shit. Okay, well, we're bucking the trend, so that's good. This might be an S shape. That would be good. That could have easily been a pendant or pennant. So that could have easily looked like this. kind of deal. It might actually still be a pennant, but if it busts through here, you're going to get the breakout from the potential pennant, and you'll get the breakout here, and then you'll have a technical breakout here, and then it'll go for a run. But my guess is you're going to see a little bit of wiggle here, and then you'll have a better wedge shape like that. But we'll see. So if it touches this line and decides to go for a run, then the first stop is 140.02. Yeah, let's see here. Yeah, it's a little too early to tell if this is a wedge, but having these lines here, so based on the bottom kind of here, and diagonal down from the peak of the tallest guy off of these guys, we only have like 3 data points, but it's looking like it's valid. So let's see here. Let's just do it properly. Array. So we're not going to use this guy, which you normally do, because I think this guy's taller. No, this guy's taller. So we're going to line these up. We could use this guy here, but you're supposed to use that guy there. And then if we take the bottoms, we're supposed to use the bottoms like this. We could give it a flat bottom, but that's the more proper. So it looks like this is currently holding up, but see how it's riding high? You're going to see the technical breakout in the next $2. And since it's currently trading at almost 40 cents, that's 1 buy and it could be out, or 2 buys and it could be out. So it's pretty close, but we'll see how that plays out. So it hit the line, and apparently the line was here. And that line is the top of these, midpoint, these guys. So I don't know if this is actually the top. Or, sorry, not the top, a support line. Oh, at these guys. This guy. Okay, maybe. This. Oh, yeah, right there. Indecision guy right there. And this guy right here. Okay. Now I see it. Yeah, these lines are super helpful. Yeah, because that would make sense. It's going down. So this goes through the line, gets pulled up, but it doesn't have enough strength, and then it basically gets pulled down slightly. Well, actually, considerably, but then launches from this line. Goes here, doesn't want to go to the line, so it keeps getting smaller, smaller, smaller. Indecision, breaks through. No, back you go. Can't hold it. Goes down a lot this time because this was the small drop. That's the big drop because this didn't succeed in taking off. We go up to the line, but we can't touch it, so that we get smaller as we get close to it. Then we collapse down because we're not getting through. We push back because it was overcompensation. Then we say, well, fuck it. We can't go up and we can't go down. Well, what are we supposed to do? And fuck us, we're selling off. Yeah, that makes sense. Which means we broken through, so now we're going to go for a bit of a run. If that was the major line, that makes sense. This is also why it pays to try to remember what happened yesterday. As you're going through it, try to remember where the points of fighting are, because then you'll make better decisions. So like here, it was kind of worrisome, but as soon as we started to approach this black line, I know all the hesitation is due to support lines or resistant lines. And it's not hesitation because the sellers are scared. It's just technical hesitation. So that's good. I guess the next one's going to be up here at 10:55. So right about here, I think. So maybe. So see these guys, so it comes down too much, we push up to here, we get pulled back to here. It's almost like it should be right here. Yeah, actually maybe right here. So we go up, we get pulled down, we launch from it, we can't go, we come back to it. Indecision, the sticks are hitting this each time. Then we launch from it, get pulled back, launch from it, but then maybe it's here. It's hard to tell. Well, it's somewhere between 51 and 54. I'll take a shot in the dark and put it on these guys. Because the green would be pulling us up and the red would be pulling us back too. So actually even that might be it. 1053 right here. Because normally you get really flat close to a line because they just don't want to go through it. So there's no commitment to go through it both ways. So since we're on the way down, the red should shrink. And then the green should be big because we want to get pushed away from it. Yeah. Anyways, we'll see. All right. More lemons. Yes, please. Okay. So there. So it got to the edge and it did do a breakout. So there was a pennant there. Okay. My spidey senses spotted that one. But yeah, anytime you see a declining tops and you see declining as well, but they're increasing, right? Bottoms, it's almost always one of these. And these ones I use all the time because it's the psychology of it or something. But when there's a breakout, it just runs. So then when it gets to the top, it's a good time to buy because you still have a little bit of warning. If it gets near the bottom, sell your buy position. And you're basically looking at good upside or you're getting nailed for very little. So these pennants are very useful. And they definitely, when they complete, that shows confidence that the stock is back to being normal and it's not full of panic sellers and bullshit. It's back to just irrational spending, which is good. Because this was all just trickle down death. See how the volume's nice and committed? Where this is just nobody wants to play and we're just slowly bleeding out on the sidewalk with a few people kicking us on the way down. Yeah. So this one is this one here. Okay. So yeah, there's just a little bit of it needs a little bit of energy to get past this guy and into this guy because it's just clear air. So yeah, it's going to have a little bit of push here. It shouldn't take too long, a minute or two, and we should be through, and then we'll go up to the black line. Yep. Oh, we're well past a free fall. If you're worried about it going down, we're past that now. I mean, we still might have a 5% retraction near the end of the day. We're up 15% already. So I was just toying with my sister. I'm like, you should really get some AMC shares. And she's like, oh, until I see some results, they want me to buy a car. And it's like, go die. So I'm just like, well, 13% in less than an hour. What's going to give you that? You know? Yeah, I didn't know when this breakout was going to be. It should have been yesterday. But, these things come when they come. I'll be happy if we end the day at like 10:19. As long as we're up here, then we're good. But we haven't even got to 11 o'clock yet. So we're still got lots of time. Noon will be where we start to slow down. So we got all of this. So maybe we can get up to 11:17 or 10:57 before we slow down, and then maybe we'll trickle down to 10:27. But, because normally your stock doesn't just run and continue running. It usually goes up, peaks around 12, and then comes back 20% of the daily run, right? Or a third. And that's, of course, what day traders capitalize on. You buy low, sell at the highest, whereas a long-term trader just sits there and doesn't get that extra 30% on his dailies. Yeah. Oh, so much better. Fuck. Yeah, it was definitely grim. Grim. So this is fine. Just getting through this chop, which honestly I didn't think we'd get through so quickly. Oh, I'm on the 5 minutes again. Okay, there we go. That looks better. I was like, wow, this looks so positive. Then I realized it looks also so small. Yeah, there we go. Yeah. I should bounce off the black line, but it's a little bit too much negativity. But we did just go for a nice long run, so. And just like this guy here, this is kind of okay. This is too much, but we're still doing happy today, so the reds are getting smaller. If we saw this again, then that would show the increase in negativity. But we're still getting retracted like, what, 70% here, it seems. So 70%, 70%. This guy, 50, 40. This guy, 30. This guy here, we're at 40. So we're good, doing good. We're improving as we go up. So, yeah, people always take profit. So you're going to see red. You just don't want to see people taking more than just profit. The people jumping off the ship. That's what you don't want to see. Oh, geez. GME is almost at 20%. Good grief. Oh, I was on 5 minutes for GME. Okay. Well, this is a pennant, and this one here, the pennant is a little bit more obvious. Well, actually, I guess it's not obvious, actually, because at the time, I wouldn't have had enough data points for a pennant. This is more obvious. Yeah, that's kind of cool. The 5 minutes showed me something that's actually hidden. Now the pennant's obvious, but when I drew it, I would have been using just this, thinking it's going into an S shape. But by using the bottom here, neato burrito. Yeah, and see there's a pennant right here. So that one you can easily see, and there's the breakout, right? But on the 5 minute, you can't see it. It's a friggin' garbled mess. Neat. So this is going into a shakedown. This one looks better. Yeah, because it's merging the GME. Look, just because it's so jaggy. Like, what the hell is this? It's like all over the place. Yeah, and we're showing that here. This kind of long slithering versus straights. You kind of got this indecision. These ones are always weird too. The growing blocks, like what the hell? You're undecided. Now you're really undecided. Like you're getting bigger and bigger and bigger on your buys and your sells as you're going. So it's like I'm losing confidence, but in a way that I'm still purchasing. What really should happen is the opposite. We should go down to a point when there's indecision. But this is always so weird when it goes the other way. I don't even really know the psychology of the person that, or what would cause that. So there's an S. So we're still good. We got short-term support here and here. We just got to get over 1041. That's not bad. These lemons are working great today. Okay, what does that look like over here? So we've almost completely got rid of the 24th. Yep, we pretty much nuked the 24th. Sweet. So now all we got to do is hit 1118 or hit 1067, and the 24th is no more in the less than an hour and 30 minutes. No, 30 minutes is 10. So 30 minutes is 10, and then an hour to 11. So an hour and 30 minutes. Yeah, that's right. Not bad. Oh yeah, the Illuminati always downvotes me. Well, I set the stream recently to 100 or 1080p, so perhaps your internet is failing you. Although my computer is currently using 14% of its CPU to do this stream, so I don't think it's really getting taxed. And it's coming out at 30 FPS because that's all they'll let you have. So, yeah. Okay, so that's bad for GME, but as long as it doesn't go through the bottom here, we're good. That's giving us a lot of trouble. Yeah, we're trying to climb this. Each one of these red-green combos is a support line because it like tried to go in and said no, tried to go in no, but because they're so short-lived, I was kind of hoping they wouldn't give us too much trouble. But I guess these ones here are multiple. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 times stronger, if you will. It's not exactly how it works, but if there's more of them, generally it's stronger. If you spent a week at $10 and then you go up over $10 and come back down, it's going to be pretty hard to break through that line because you've been there for a week, right? Obviously, if it was easy, you would have fallen during that week. So in that case, you know, the more times you're at a certain level, it shows confidence or support or resistance in the case of that 14 bastard. But that was artificial versus psychological. So, a little different. Yeah, this one looks like it's going to be a 3 kings. So as long as the bottoms keep increasing, and the next one is equal height or taller, then we have a ascending channel. Yep. The tops are kind of flat here, so we actually probably have a pennant or a wedge shape. The 3 kings, as I call it, or I think they're supposed to be called the 3 black crows. Black is good, red is bad, yeah. So it'd be the 3 black crows. Or no, it's the 3 white soldiers. White is good, black is bad. Right. I think. Yeah. I don't know. I can't remember the mono. I've been using red and green for so long. I can't remember what white and black used to be. Yeah. Yeah, I think white's good and black's bad. You know, racism. But yeah, and we can even look at the if we look on a larger scale here, we have a very nice like trend line, right? And it's actually pretty aggressive, but we might level out, which is perfectly fine. Um, so this is our kind of our pennant shape. So basically, if we take a more looking at this, so this is potentially breaking out. Let's just take these lemons, put them down here. So this could be a breakout downwards negatively. Yeah, it's looking like it, but it has the support of this line. So even if it's breaking down, which is what it's doing right now, this line should stop it, kill the breakdown. See, the volume's gone up, but the line is still holding. So now it's going to be this line here. So there's another support line like 1 cent lower. So all of that should repel this sell. There's so much support here. Okay, I know you missed your lemon. I'll put it back. So that was your a pennant with the breakdown. And then, of course, that also looks like what I call curving. So you get the 3 in a row like that, and that usually the third one is the one that puts the nails in the coffin. So if there was no pennant shape, and you just started to see that roll, it goes green, flat, then it goes red, red of small, and the third one is going to be the one that decides if it's going to fall or not. And if that one's big, then the next one is usually even bigger. It goes into a drop. So that's when I say when it looks like it's rolling, that's what I'm worried about. Whereas, see, this one is not rolling because you have an indecision. This one's big, this one's smaller, this one's even smaller. So that one's reacting to the line. That's fine. Here, big, small, fine. Small, bigger, and then it's like it started small, but it busted through, and then that's dangerous. That's a dangerous red. And that red went all the way to here, so it was much bigger. But the technicals basically repelled it. Now, this black line is going to work against us. We have to get over it, or we risk rolling. Okay, so we got over it, and we got over it a lot. That's good. Now we got to get back into that pennant shape. And then the pennant will give us support. And then hopefully we can finally fucking break the roof and go on to our next adventures. Yeah. We're getting there. We're getting there. At least today's a lot better day. We don't have to watch paint dry. So this is probably resistance from the pennant line, the yellow line you see there. But shouldn't be that strong. So there's a low volume. But as soon as the volume becomes good, we should see it either stay very small because the buyers are stopping the dumb sellers from pushing down, or it should break through. So the buyers should come back and shrink this back down. I say should, but will they? Come on. Damn, someone's got their lead foot on the sell button. Come on, buyers, you got 3 seconds. Push it back. Okay, so now green to about halfway of the red then, since they didn't complete it in that minute. See, there's like a constant drain. See how like we start red almost all the time? There's probably a slow drain. I bet you the indexes are tanking a little bit. Uh, so when you get like a slow drain, it's this, right? But we managed to beat that, but our volume's starting to get pissy. GME's going up. So come on, kick up the volume. Let's do it. Or as I say, pump up the jam. Let's get this negativity over with. Yeah, so there we go. So that corrects this. And then with the extra Psycho Fest here, fuck, that's a lot of money. Yeah, so the indexes are not helping us right now, but GME is definitely lifting us up. Oh well, if it can bring us down, it can bring us up. Yeah, GME just hit the NOS. I want to see what effect it has on us, and then I'll flip back. Ugh, goddamn, not much. Our volume is 1K, 1K. I mean, it's better than 100. Ah, there we go. Woo, 7K just came in, except we didn't move, so that's very bad. That means there was a heavy sell and a heavy buy at the same time. Ugh. Oh, maybe someone's hitting the turnaround brakes because of that. Yeah, maybe that's what that was. Yeah, that's fine. So someone was looking at GME and is trying to time it. Sold as soon as this turned red. And that's what we saw here. And yeah, whatever. That's not a big deal. But yeah, see how we don't want to go back into the channel? It's like, fuck you. Fuck you. Son of a bitch. Okay, I'm going to leave that up, but I'm going to adjust the pennant shape. Let's do this. This is kind of a very lofty pennant, but I want to take a look at it and see if it holds. Oh, I don't know what's going on with GME. I mean, it's probably the Illuminati. They secretly want GME to do good, to destabilize the ivory trade in Guatemala. And then when they destabilize the ivory trade, then Chinese space lasers can draw dicks all over Madagascar and invade Guam and Hawaii to take over the tourism. If you work it out, it's all tied together, right? It's like if a aircraft carrier flaps its wings in Hawaii, tornado happens in my toilet when I flush. Like it's all connected, right? So yeah, but I don't expect you guys to get that sort of stuff. You know, this is an entertainment channel, a science channel. I'm like, I don't know what a Chinese laser would do. I'm like, stencil dicks on the moon. I forget what show that was. But they took the Death Star, I think, and they were just, maybe that's Family Guy, and he was just drawing dicks on the moon. Yeah. Yep. I'm getting better at pulling conspiracy theories out of my ass. It's hard. It's hard work. One day I'll be as good as It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia, or Jon Stewart's making fun of Glenn Beck. That's an absolute classic. Absolute classic. Actually, it should be Illuminati theme song intensifies. Oh, what? You don't know what the Illuminati theme song sounds like? Yeah. Oh, yeah. I've watched almost every episode of Jon Stewart and his Daily Show. That guy was a god at what he does. His delivery is so good. Just Oh, so good. So this is a lot of hesitation. Come on. And they're doing the same thing. This is still okay, but I want to see green, not red. But the market is taking a shot to the heart. You piece of crap. Quit dying. Because you're going to kill us if you go down. So this is kind of the inverse of what I was talking about the other day. So this is like the global water supply on our oceans or whatever, right? You're measuring it, and it's going away magically. So usually when a rising tide lifts all ship, a sinking tide lowers all ships, right? And basically that was putting like a wet blanket on us as it was being very negative for the last bit of days. What did I just do? Oh, that's cool. I flipped the volume upside down. Okay, I don't know how I fix that. I fucked it up and I don't know how to fix it. Okay, anyways. So now we have negativity, but because of some whatever, the majority of the wet blankets are off of us. So we spring back because the real heavy shit is gone because of time and confidence or whatever. But we're still being affected by basically the fact that the oceans are sinking. So the good news is that we're not 1-to-1 to the Dow. But the bad news is, fuck the Dow. But if it, so it's going to basically blunt. If the Dow keeps tanking, we're going to see blunts, rounded edges everywhere because of the annoying weight of the Dow being a bitch. But when the Dow finally lifts off like this, we will take off because their bullshit pull down is over, right? It's just simple math. If they're taking out 10 units of water and we're still going up and they start putting in 50 units of water, then there's no negativity here, right? Water, energy, whichever analogy you want to use. But yeah, we just need the Dow to level out, just like the good old days with GME. Just go flat GME and AMC takes off. Now I think GME is definitely helping us along, or we're helping them along. I don't know who did who, but I'm presuming it's GME. Oh, maybe it is us. Did we go first? 9:30? What did they do? We rocketed on open, and they did the same. They tanked at 35. We tanked at 34. I don't know. We're pretty close. We're definitely doing better than them. We show hesitation. They don't show hesitation. So I think they're leading just by the fact that we show hesitation and then we follow. Hesitation and then we follow, right? So we're healthier. We're still going up when they're not, right? They had a down here, but that looked like hesitation. And then as soon as they committed their money like this, then we committed our money, right? Yeah. So now they're going to commit their money, and we're going to commit our money. So we should be... we didn't get much out of that. And the shitty Dow's not helping. Well, at least we're in a better place than we were. Nothing sucks more than what we had, which is everything was shitting on us. That's no fun. You can't win. Yeah. Is this... I'm waiting for this to get cheap. I keep checking back. I'm like, are you crashing yet? Are you crashing yet? This one is still making a ton of money. God damn.
This thing is just keeps going. I should have bought in when my friend told me about it back here. It's now quadrupled since here. Holy crap. Yeah. It's probably, oh, there's some robots right there, eh? That is elf, that's clear as day robots. Flat as fuck. Nobody's getting through. So this is probably a robot selling, so he's burning off his position. Whereas if you see a flat bottom somehow, like, I don't know, maybe here, this is a robot buying in. And that's a robot selling. And they're probably duking it out. Anyways, let's get back to the good stuff. Now back to the good part. Nah, 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 nah. Nah, 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 nah. Yeah, that's a good one right there. Building up. The volume's on the top now because I don't know how to get it back down there. Oh, there we go. We click a button. Ah, nice. Okay. So the volume is not building much. Oh, it's shrunk. That's why. Let's get that back to normal size. Okay. There we go. So the volume's flat, but I'll take this. So now we've done where the lines have met, basically, is kind of a weak spot. So we just blew through. And technically, these lines don't exist. So it really didn't want to go into the pennant shape. So it just went around it. Whatever. Oh, man, that's a good breakout. That's way better than I expected. Whoa, whoa, whoa. What's going on here? Gas pedal. Slow it down, buddies. I had to adjust my zoom because we're... Okay. Okay, it just looked crazy big because my zoom. I was like, whoa. No, they're just going up to the black line. Because like this, that looked nuts, right? But really it's this. Oh, geez. Okay. That's why perspective matters. You gotta keep everything in perspective or it gets out of control. Yeah. That's why it's good to hit auto once in a while just to get the regular shape. But I don't like my shit touching the top of the screen, so I like to be able to move it around. But yeah, for a second I was like, holy fuck. But I didn't see any action on GME, so I was like, this isn't right. And now GME is probably weighing us down a little. Dow's lifting us up, but that's fine. So the combination of basically this plus the line gives us a slightly bigger red. Yeah, so good, good. Still making dollars. Okay. Good. This is good. All good. Yeah. And you can see the complete difference between nobody gives a fuck about our stock day and people give a fuck about our stock day, right? Massive difference. And so whenever it goes flat like this, it's always generally bad because nobody cares. I don't think I've ever seen a stock go flat and up. But I guess maybe if I bought something like, I don't know, something that nobody cares about, like Walmart, I guess. Maybe. But yeah, I hate flat. Flat is dangerous. Never, never good. Yeah. Good. Oh, nice breakout. Good, good. We're over the black line. So again, every time you go over a heavy resistance line, you want to see some distance so it doesn't get pulled back in. It needs to... Yeah, it's getting pulled back in. Damn it. It just needed a little bit more, I guess. Each line's different. Yeah, it's got pulled back in. But you can see here, this stick wasn't strong enough to get through. So we need to at least get more than this stick. Okay, this might give us the distance we need, but... And then once we get over this stick, we'll get a bit of a boost. Okay, then we'll get a boost. 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 Come on. Where's the boost? Nos. Ugh, you piece of crap. It's the button on your dashboard. It says NOS. Just punch it. Hit the button. Have a lemon. Come on. Hit the button. There you go. Slow as fuck. So anyways, you normally get a little jut like that, but I guess the sellers were holding it back. So now we should be free of this black line. There we go. That's expected because there was so much effort to try to get away. But then this should get destroyed and we should keep going. Well, it's not no apparent reason. So just like the good stuff is on a time limit, the bad stuff's on a time limit. So generally it's about 3 days if something very serious happens. No more than a week generally. And then whatever bad news that happened is usually forgotten or we move on. Because fundamentally, you have to ask yourself, has AMC got completely fucked? No. Okay, so if it's not fucked, it's still heading to $30, right? So it's just fear, short-term fear, that spooked the market. They don't know what's going to happen, and after 3 days, they're kind of like, okay. So the paper-handed bitches get thrown off the market. The big players realign their stars and sacrifice goats to whoever. Bill Gates makes a new mind control vaccine. But after 3 days, it settles out, right? And then we can get back to going to 30, which is what we're doing. So sometimes it goes a little bit longer, but usually it's like bad news is probably a couple of hours or a day. But we got bad news after bad news, and then we got hit with a crash, partly because we were being pushed down by the bad news, and then we gapped down because of the technicals. So, we were just getting nailed with everything that could go wrong. So 2 days in, we're still getting hit. So it's going to take another day or two for us to ease off. But the Paris news should be over by now, because that was 3 days ago. The sell-off of the stupid robot was 3 days ago. Treasury yields thing is over, too, 3 days ago. The whole market is still unhappy with the Treasury yields, because see how they're going red? But that's a bigger problem. And as long as we make money, as long as we go up, we can beat the market. The market's not our bitch. And people might move their money from the market, because who the hell wants to buy bonds? And they might move their money into us, because we are a safer bet than blah, 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 which is what these guys are. These guys are safe bets, shitty, old, crappy, heavy-duty companies, right? So, well, the NASDAQ is basically a lot of high-tech. These are high-risk unicorns kind of deal. So they get a lot of money, but they lose a lot of money. But a Dow and the S&P, they don't move much. You barely ever see them go up 3%. And that's because they're stable. But this is basically saying stable money is leaving the market. But where is it going? Well, not to the NASDAQ. Some of it's going to gold. And some of it is flowing out of the country. Flowing into the country. So the US dollar's up, so there's money coming into the country, which means other countries might be doing bad. Germany, yep. Japan's doing okay. The UK's doing bad, 1%. So basically, money's going into the US, people are buying more gold, or the US dollar's getting stronger, one of the two, and the US markets are not doing so good, but they're still getting money somehow. So there must be basically small time stocks like this that are sucking up all this money. Or let's see what else. I guess if the US dollar includes treasury, so people could be going to bonds and people could be buying up US debt, but money is coming in. So America is overall healthy, even if their markets look like these markets are losing money. The money's just going elsewhere. So, anyways, if you keep all of that in mind, that's the big picture. Um, that doesn't really affect us, you know. As long as the U.S. isn't spiraling into a hole, people aren't going broke. They're going to still be able to spend money at theaters. So it's same like alcohol companies. They still have money, yes. Then they can drink. We win. So, um, yeah, I think the spook is over. And in fact, I really think we're going to take off like a friggin' rocket um, once the markets stabilize from this second pandemic. We're going to fucking just fly. Because that Paris really did kick us in the balls. I mean, we're over it now. The confidence is back. But once we get the news that the pandemic's going to shorten, everything's great, it's just going to be like, framp, straight up. Giant dildo. So, yeah, this is good. Healthy retractions, everything's good here. Same thing. Little uncertainty, but healthy. If we put it on the 5 minute, see, it makes a good strong S. GME looks way better on the 5 minute. This is, I guess because they trade a little slower. They don't have the same speed as us. Us on the 5 minute looks really weird. Like we look condensed. These patterns look very funky. Almost like we're looking at a day chart. But here they look normal. But then GME's like it's having a stroke it's everything gets dragged out, see? Dragged out, dragged. Where we're like dun 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 dun, like marching. This is a bit of a drag out though. Which is why kinda Anyways, lemons look like they're doing their job today, so yay! We'll put another one here. We'll just jack this full of citrus. GME's not even stopping. Good. Excellent. Alright. So they're showing indecision here. So I wonder if there's some type of news briefing coming up today. Like in the next bit of minutes. This is indecision as well. Yeah, and see, the Dow started to take off, and then that bullshit just let us go, right? And then GME came in a little bit later. So we basically got a combo punch between GME and the Dow. And that gave us our ripping. Like, look at that. That's fucking great. Yeah. Well, the good news is we're back on track. That's good. So things will be predictable, understandable. We're looking at sudden breakouts versus sudden fall downs. So, yeah. So good on you, whoever bought on the edge of that W right here. Good on you. Because I was like, yeah, wait till we break out. And oh boy, did we ever break out. Excellent. Actually, where the hell are we now? We're so fucking high up. Okay, we're... Oh, nice. We're climbing this bad boy. We're coming back to the 11s. Aw, yeah. So if we get back into the 11s, so we just have to get a strong push. And we got time. Excellent. So we just need a little kick to the pants. And if we get into the 11, then that will hold us. That's very strong. Then all we need is another kick from 11 to 1189. And then I don't think we're going to go all the way back in one day. This will probably be tomorrow's problem. But Jesus, imagine we went to 14 today. That would be psycho. But who knows? Who knows? It is usually not the case. It's usually elevator down and god damn it. I got a pan. Here we go. I want to measure this okay. So we'd be looking at almost 50% on the way up. Because going down, we lost 32%. Going up, it'll be 50% gains. Sweet, sweet gains. Damn. Oh, Zach, how about going down to $5, Zach? Well, it's good you stopped by to tell us about your financial advice, Zach. Clearly good, strong financial advice from Zach and Associates. Good thing I think you don't know how to short sell or you'd be fucking broke. Oh, you'd be down a lot of money. Alright, GME's okay. I don't know what GME is on to justify that. How the fuck? It's like, it's not even a shape. It's like a broken wine glass. You know, okay, I could see the U shape, you know, but then that's like all of this is garbage, right? This is overreaction. So here we are, and then this is like psychotic happiness. It's not even a shape. Like this is a half-ass bat signal. I don't know what that is. So weird. But whatever, you know, we're not here to figure out why. We're just here to react and make money. Ah, Jesus. What a weird. How shitty do we look? Yeah, see, we look normal. We're making a V shape. That's normal. Not some weird ass broken glass U. Yeah, we got a proper V here. If I go to the 5-day. Yeah, so we're like, this is like a flash crash. And then we're going to have our recovery. Yeah. Yeah, that's about right. It's just a flash crash over multiple days instead of one day. That works. Good. I get to reward myself with some pizza. Yeah. I'm going to preheat the oven. Now, AMC, if you follow this stream, Zach, you'll see that AMC does perform better than GME. GME just has bigger numbers, but we're overall healthier. Our crashes are less severe. We tread water longer than they do. Our recoveries are not as big, but we also don't go down as much, right? So we're definitely in a much better place, but we are unfortunately tied to them. But we can cut the umbilical cord once they're done dumping money. Because they're definitely helping us out right now. Yeah, yeah, we're almost 1-to-1 here. I wonder how Rocket's doing these days. It had a short lifespan. Let's just look at the 3-month. So there's a bunch of bag holders. So here's its run up, and then this is the people that refuse to sell, but it's it's slowly going down the shitter. Where here's us. There's our flash crash. And then we're basically back to this red line. So we're back to here now in less than 2 hours. So that's good. Yep. Yep, we're on the road to recovery. So this will probably, at this moment in time, will look like probably a crash. And we'll have a nice steep wall. The recovery is going to be pretty fast, actually. Maybe we could do this in 2 days. Maybe this will be a 30-30 day kind of thing. I don't know. Yeah, because usually when you have like a crash, like a flash crash, and it's not because of technicals, because people got scared, you usually come back pretty good. Like, so here, this is technicals. This little guy here is probably not technicals. So you come back within like a tiny bit of time swinging, right? Here, you come back swinging like almost instantly. This one, well, this one's probably payment for this, but you come back pretty quick, right? So, whereas when it is because of stupidity, you get a spook and it goes for a while, which I was hoping we would level out here, but at least, yeah, Rocket's not doing so good. Okay, excellent. We're doing fine. And how, actually, compared to the Dow, we are amazeballs, because of course the Dow is a piece of shit over the long term. It's like 1%, 3%. No, we want high velocity, awesome stock. Get those lemons in here. Yeah, I read a whole Facebook post about investing in indexes, and I'm like, yeah, I mean, that's if you want to set it and forget it. But holy crap, man. When you can make 30% a day, really? Do you want to wait till you're 60 to get your dollars? Just like, there's so much better ways to make money. Okay. Oh, that's going into an S. Excellent. And it might not break out. That's how big? They move. Well, yeah, they can move that big. Yeah, they could do it. It's hard to tell. This is why I generally only follow one stock. It's hard to remember, what sizes are normal. Like, especially here, like when we were dying and they're dying too, like this is so hard to figure out what's going on. And then this is a little bit more normal, and then this is a lot more normal. Like it's actually readable versus whatever the fuck this gapping and flat death looks like. Like that's just so fucked up. At least from a chart standpoint. And even this is horrible. Like, oh my god. It's just garbage can. But that's just because nobody wants to play. So volume is 21,000. Let's see what our volume is. Oof, we've doubled our volume in the last hour. Oh, yeah, things are looking up good. Excellent. Doubled our volume in the positive manner. I love it. Yeah. That's a good analogy. The difference between 10 and 13 is the difference of sitting down at the space station or standing up. Yeah. No, space is probably when we we have to break 14. Once we break 14, then we can start talking about space. But I think for us, our liftoff moment, so this is still going good. I think our liftoff moment's going to be around here. We're going to gap up from 14 to 16 to 18 to 20. But then once we get to 20, then we're going back to this. Let me see. Now, give me a 1 year. Yeah, so then we're going back here. So we still have to deal with this when we go up. That's 16, 18, but that's kind of matched here. So the resistances that were here are because of this. So I think, yeah, there's a bit of a gap in here. 21, and the next big guy is 35. Yeah. And 19, 20. So yeah, it's going to be 20 to 35 is going to be the fight. And then if we exceed 35, there's absolutely zero support or resistance. So that's clouds for us. So the moon is, or well, this is the launch. Here we're currently a little bit below sea level. We're down here, but we're slowly making our way up to the Alpha Centauri launch platform right here. Yeah. This is going to be our goal. So I'm betting we're going to be somewhere around here, this mess, by December. But if all goes well, we'll be there by like fall, if that. Now that was 2016. This company is technically stronger and has way more money than it did in 2016. And it makes more money than it did in 2016. So if they can achieve these, they can achieve it again. But you have to keep in mind too, this is probably before debt, and this is probably like all hype, which is why they went from 19 to 30 something. So we're going to achieve these numbers on fundamentals. Then if we add in hype, oh fuck, we can just whiz up, right? We're not going to be the Tesla of things, but we're all going to be laughing. Definitely Lambos at that point. So, but yeah, we just have to deal with the day-to-day, get out of these trenches. Yeah. Yeah. That's exactly how I see it, backstop. Whenever I lose money, it's just the cost of doing business and learning. Now, arguably, I should learn with paper trading, but you can't win with paper trading either, right? So it's good to have skin in the game. Definitely makes a difference. Oh, God, but it's so much better than being down here. Even if this is our highest point, because we're getting close to 12, we're still in a far better place. So that is good. Because, yeah, we're coming off our high. We were at 20-something. We're now at 17. So even if we finish at 15%, I'm fucking great with that. That works. I don't think the X-File theme... I could probably get a remix of it and use it as the intro to the lemon stand. Oh, and actually, we could take this lemon, right, and make it the all-seeing lemon. Just there's an Illuminati confirmed in there. Yeah, that would work. Oh, that's the one I want. Yeah. That would the all-seeing lemon. It knows what you're doing. Oh yeah, we could even do that. Do I have an X? There should be an X in here. X's are like the most commonly needed shape. Should be somewhere near the plus or the check mark. Here it is. Yep. So this guy and my lemon. the there you go. There we go. I think we aced it. I want to believe in the squeeze. Do I have an eye shape? I should. It's another very common. Oh yeah, look at that. Illuminati. I'll use my mad graphic design skills and I'll do. There you go. Well, now the work is enough. There. Now it's scary looking. So now the work is enough derived that I won't get sued. And if I could spell squoze, I'd probably say the squoze is out there. But there. That's a pretty decent logo. What you have to do is just have the lemon stand, and then when the show starts, it just goes like static, and then that's the evil broadcast taking over. Yeah. Just remix the X-File theme. Let's take a look at that PRQR just for fun. Oh, therapeutics. Yeah, it did get halted. 53%. Wowee. Holy fuck, someone dumped a lot of money there. 24,000 at normal volume is what? Wow, normal volume is under a million and it's 39 million. Oh, sweet God, this thing is just hit pay dirt, eh? Somebody just found out about it. Wow, that's a factor of what? Well, almost 40%, 40 times. That's nuts. But that's therapeutics for you, right? You place your bet, they either go to zero or they go up to rocket ships, right? I don't like betting on companies that could go to zero, but if you got lots and lots and lots of money, then just throw it everywhere, basically. Now I wonder if we're going to ride this line here. So this yellow line there, I can get rid of these guys. Yeah, so that's all done. Is our trend line from this guy, right? Kind of. So let's see if we kind of oscillate. That means we're still on the trend. Even though this was just going too steep, too fast. So we kind of hit the brakes. So we'll see. But yeah, that's kind of a creepy ass logo. The text needs to be all caps or at least partial caps. Yeah. No. And let's just skip blue and go with a dark spooky red. go bold, and I don't get a chance to change the text type. No, can't use something. Okay. There we go. No, come to front. There we go. Meh, 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 meh. Meh, 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 meh. X-File theme played by sheep. Meh. Or use like a bananas, so it's just like just something absurd. But that would draw a lot of viewers to this channel because they would see that logo and be like, holy crap, spooky. Yeah. Although I do like to be playful and lighthearted, but since there's so much bullshit on Reddit about the Illuminati and whatever, we might as well make fun of it for a bit. We can change the logo up all the time. I'm keeping the mythical lemons, though. They seem to be working. And if it works, let's let it ride. Oh, I'm sure, Zach, you're about to buy at its record high 50% so that when it crashes, immediately afterwards, you will lose everything. Because, buying the tops is that's how you make money. Always buy them peaks. Buy high, sell low. That's what Grandma used to say. You're up right now, Zach. Anybody can be up money, right? Good, good. Well, enjoy your money, Zach. Enjoy your money. While it lasts. We'll see you at the end of the year. You can have a better Lambo than us. Holy crap, GME. You are going for a crown shape, though. So they're going for the bull horns. I'm Batman. But that usually means this side's coming down, and then it'll either do that or do that. Let's see. Of course, there might be some support resistance line, blah, 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 right here. But I'm not going to go look. We'll just let it run its course. Yeah, actually, it's kind of better like that, because then it looks like a file folder. And it's hard to read, but then the eye's obscured, so it's extra scary. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it's pretty much buy low, sell higher is generally the idea. Or buy really low and hold forever. But worst case scenario is like if you're so just to break up this circle jerk we're having and congratulating ourselves because we're all rich again. But remember yesterday, right? How everybody was all panicked and it was all going to hell and the darkness was coming and Santa Claus was going to eat babies. That was all just 24 hours ago, right? So anyone that sold in the last 2 days, well, let's just say yesterday for sure, has lost at least 20% of their money. So they took the financial hit of like 40% and they didn't even get the 20% gains from today. So if you hit that sell button yesterday, it's like, you fucking got shot. So keep that in mind. You either sell early and sell quick and take a lot of little losses all the time, or you better have some fucking strong diamond hands. But if today was negative, like further negative, I would have had to sell just because if it didn't stop in 3 days, something's more wrong than I know of, right? Like there's something very wrong. Because I thought yesterday was going to be the end of it. So anyways, keep that in mind though. So you've just gone through a very stressful period in time and now it's, that weight's lifting off of you. But this will not be the last time we go into the shitter, right? It's gonna happen. Um, so keep that in mind. Google Assistant is like, you might want to know what the share price of AMC is. You normally ask your bathroom speaker what the price is. Well, that's because I'm normally trying to take a turd right now, and I asked the speaker what the price is because I left my phone charging. Ah, well, Google, you know me so well. You're like the helpful paperclip. It looks like you're trying to take a shit. Can I help you with stock prices? Ah, nice. On that note, though, I could do with a piss, so I will be right back. I also like to point out we're almost at 70 viewers, concurrent viewers right now, 65 to 70. And where were all you motherfuckers yesterday when it was 24? Because the stock was doing so badly. I hate all of you except for those that were here yesterday and the ones that are just joining us today. But and then once they start taking off right off their technicals, that will get the pressure off of us, allowing us to take off as well. Yeah. So that's probably what's going to happen. So we won't go down to this black line because GME's hopefully done their downslide here, and then that means we'll be done as well, and yeah, come back. But we'll see. I'll be right back. Oh, wow. I just leave for a quick piss and we lose like 20 plus viewers. Yeah, we went from 60 to 32 viewers. Ah, okay. Well then, here, let me dial it back then. Settings. Dun, 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 dun. Output. Streaming. Rescale output to 1080p. It's not going to let me do it. You can't do it while you're running the stream. Yeah, weird. Yeah, huge drop. Just maybe that's a YouTube thing. Yeah, just yeah, kicked down to 32. Interesting. I'm gonna just change the title to AMC Making Bank. Okay, there we go. That should bring in more viewers. Yeah, nice. Well timed. Thank you, YouTube. It's like, nice. And you can die, and you can die. Yeah, I don't have the ability to boot people from a stream, I don't think. I can just... Yeah, I think YouTube had a seizure all around. It makes sense. I bet you're also all from the same country. So it's probably the same... the hell are they called? They're not a DNS. It's essentially a server that replicates other servers but is closer to another person, so then you get better times. Yeah, whatever they're called. East Coast, Pacific Northwest, US. So maybe a US server. I didn't go down, and I'm Canada, and I think Canada only has one, Canada Central. Yeah, it's not a mirror, but let me just put this back. It has a special term. Dynamic file replication server. What are they called? DFS? Dynamic file services. Okay, a DFS. But what does AWS call them? Elastic File Systems. No, that's not it. Dynamic server replication.
Nope. Local server replication. Oh, I gotta change the color back. Oh, it's a content delivery network. That's what it is, a CDN. Content Delivery Network, CDN, yeah. So you have CDN servers and they replicate your content. And then that's why when YouTube has to buffer a little bit, it's because it's not local, because it's a shitty file nobody cares about. But the hottest and freshest files will all be replicated locally so that you get crazy top speeds and you don't overload the central servers. That's the word I'm looking for. A CDN. Okay, so probably a CDN went down, so you're getting your files from blah, and then it took a nuke, and then basically you hit refresh, it grabs another one that's alive, basically. Um, yeah. Again, Illuminati, dark pools, they're all out to get us, right? Trying to shut us down. You can't stop the signal. Ugh. But if you guys are all having strokes, I'll set my my thing back to 720. I figured 1080 is nicer, but perhaps the this really shouldn't be taxing on my computer. It's only using, well, it says 15% of the CPU now. But it looks like we're still about 5 to 10 seconds away between, yeah. Yeah, I figured the 1080 would be nicer. That way when you put it up on a TV, it's not a blurry piece of crap. This is built to go up on TVs, so you can have it in the background. I can't do closed captioning until I set it up manually. YouTube closed captionings, like the automatic ones, won't work on ultra low latency. But there's a way to do it through OBS and a Microsoft voice to type. So you'll get really shitty captions, but at least they'll be there, I guess. All right. So we're just going into the 12 o'clock blahs. So that completed perfectly, but we didn't get much of a climb. They're good. They're good. Still in the hole, but good. Good. I think we'll be okay. This is you basically got a wedge here, so we shouldn't last too long here. So let's say, well, we could just use the black line. So we might have a breakdown here, but let's take this guy and put him against the top. So yeah, basically, we're about to have a breakout in the next 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 minutes, or we're going to break down.
Um, but I would like to see us break up and or break out. We'll have a breakout that will lead to us breaking up, to use the parlance, and we'll get back to this aggressive yellow line. So we're just having a bit of a slowdown going into lunch. Now GME, same thing, but they're at a less awesome shape. They've tried twice to escape, and they collapsed on the second try. Whereas us, we didn't get a second chance. So we have potential to blast off because we haven't wasted it trying to earlier. Whereas GME didn't, so the collapse was harder for them. Where us, our collapse was more gradual, if not the same amount. They went back to about almost 100%. We went back to almost 70. So no, we did better than they did. So now they're making a W. Here's the shoulders. So this would lead to a breakout if they can get like 50 more cents. Not even a penny. Yeah, they need maybe $1 or a penny. It's hard to friggin' tell. And then they can bust out. This guy will be easy. Then they'll end up somewhere around here. Then next one they can bust out and back up they go. Easy peasy. So we're just going right to the end here, it looks like. And then we'll get our break up, I hope. Ugh. So we're just really treading the water. So this black line is obviously not the bottom. The bottom's kind of right here or here. Let's say this top of this red guy right here. It's usually a top. So, oh no, wait, that's not right. Sorry. It's going to be the bottom stick of this guy here, or the top of this green guy. Yeah, that's it. So this one kind of broke through, but for a pendant or a pennant shape to be proper, you have to have at least like all of it inside. Anytime you go through it, it has to be immediately countered, or it's going to go tick, tick, and then take off. So you can have like mini breakouts that beat the line, but they can't be strong. Yeah, so like right now we're just riding right across the line, and you can see the sticks are all hitting the same spot. So if we can't get any height, we're going to basically keep where we are, and then we're going to hit this yellow line, and then it's got to make a bloody decision. It either has to go up or it has to go down. And just for good time's sake, we'll just add a couple of lemons here for support, just to make sure we there we go. We got this. Oh. Yeah, good. Dying. Yeah, I ate some chicken that may or may not have been cooked properly. It tasted like metallic metal, and I'm guessing that's chicken blood, uncooked. But I put it in for 40 minutes approximately at 400, so it should be good, but the chicken's not tasting right. So if you hear me dying or the stream abruptly ends, BRB, salmonella poisoning. Alright, so this is GME. Not doing good. So they failed their W. They couldn't get over these edges, and so this is the roll and then the collapse. So as long as they don't go below this, they can get a second try to get out, and then hopefully get out. If they go below this, they'll go down to here. Then they can get a second try to get out. Yes. Chances are, though, the maid would cost too much, so... No, I have a meat thermometer. I was just really hungry, and it was late at night, and so it's still in the fridge. Most of it is cooked, like, perfectly, but some pieces closer to the bone, I'm not sure. So, I can just microwave it, give it a blast. But I just took a bite out of it, and I'm like, blah, 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 blah. And I'm like, yeah. Yeah, normally I cook the chicken till it's like nuked, like gone. But I was like, oh man, I'm not going to sit here for another half an hour. So I watched 2 episodes of Paradise PD, but I couldn't remember if I was halfway through the first one. So at minimum, it was in for 26 minutes, and half of a show, which is probably 10 minutes. So minimum 30, closer to 40. Yeah. It's collapsing on the black line, so hopefully this is not the breakout. If we get a strong pushback, then we'll... Yeah, so that was actually probably the breakout. Now the volume is still pretty piss, but if we can push back quickly, then we can go back into the pennant. So this is looking really small. There we go. Oh, I see. This one is separate pane now. They're not on top of each other anymore. How do I fix that? Delete? What's this? Just advertisements? Okay, and then if I do this, volume. There we go. Now it's on the chart. Huzzah! So that's good. So that was the breakout, and it got completely countered. So that's good, but we're not over the line yet. So here's the bounce back from the line, which is fine, as long as it doesn't get any bigger. And then we get a green that will push us through the line, or we'll keep batting against the black line until we collapse down again. Yeah. So perhaps the 2 billion AMC shares were to cover a short position. Somebody bought them at some price. I've never heard of any of those, Eric. But anyways, yeah. So yeah, that's might be a good sign. Might be shorts have to close or cover their position. So instead of closing their position on the market, they're buying shares to cover their losses off market. So then what would that look like on the market? It would look like no motion. Right. Yeah. So basically, I short sold on the market, and then I owe. Right. Okay. Yeah. That makes sense. So going back to the cow analogy, so we have an arena where we trade the cows in, right? And if you buy a cow and sell a cow, the last agreed upon price is what we see. So you say $50, I say 51, you say okay, the stock moves up to 51. So it's in the seller's best interest to sell for as high as possible, and the buyer wants to buy as low as possible. So it's a little backwards in most people's minds, but the sellers technically drive up the price. But when there's too many sellers and they're dumping their cattle, then I go 50 and my friend says, nah, 49. And I go, shit, I got to get rid of my cow, 45. And then the buyer just sits there and waits, right? Because the price is getting better and better and better and better. Just like we kind of seen the last couple days here. They know the price of cows are going down, so why buy it if it's just going to keep going down, right? I'll get the cows on the sheep. And then I hold on to these non-rotting or aging, mutating cows, and then they'll be $30 by December, to keep with the analogy. So where I'm going with that is that if I sell you a cow that doesn't actually exist, so if I say to you, yeah, cool, I'll give you 3 cows in 3 days at this price. Or sorry, no, I give you 3 cardboard cows. That would be more better example. So I sell you these cardboard cows as IOUs, and I got 3 days to actually give them to you. That's short selling. So you have these cardboard cows in lieu of the cows that are coming, air quote, which may or may not actually show up. So now I have 3 days to either borrow cows to give to you at whatever price, hopefully a cheaper price, or I got to buy them from the market. So if I buy them from the market, then it looks like a sell when I do a short sell, because I sold something that doesn't exist, and then when I finish the short sell, it'll look like a buy. But if I go to the dark web, or a friend of mine who wants to loan me some cows or AMC shares, I can get them for whatever price we agree on, and I can hand them to you. So in that case, I think the market is unaffected, because the action of short selling, driving down the price, because of I sold some cows, cardboard ones, brings the price down. But there's no corresponding buy up, because the buy up is delayed, because whenever my friend bought his cows, that would have been the upswing. You know, that could have been weeks, months, years, decades ago. And then the trade on the market allows me to then take his shares, put them in my hands, then give them to the people I owe to without affecting the market. So that's probably why we didn't see the 2 billion. Yeah, because if they wanted shares in their pockets, they would have just bought it from the market. So my guess is this is to cover losses. So they're probably going to pay interest and debt, and there's probably a whole bunch of agreements about these 2 billion shares, but that's good. So that's basically we're squeezing out our shorts, you know. That makes sense, because you could tell yesterday people were piling in. So when it went bad, there were sudden drops, and so you know your short sellers are getting in when they can, right? And then of course now we just went up almost 30%, 20% at least, and now we're sitting at 16. So we would have squeezed almost all of them out that got in yesterday, because we pretty much undid yesterday, right? That would make sense. And if someone made a really stupid decision, then they would have to go to the dark web to cover their asses. But why would they? Odd. But who would have 2 billion shares worth? Like, who would make a 2 billion times $9? So a $9 billion mistake. And that just seems dumb. And why wouldn't you close your positions? But then they might be closing their positions now. So that's why we're seeing the 15% increase, because all the short sellers are like, fuck, the party's over, and they have to bail out. So you're getting like a little squeeze. It'd be nice if we had more data. It's hard to tell. Hard to tell. Exactly. There's only 1 billion shares of AMC anyways. But AMC trades at what was it, 155 times? So they're trading the synthetic shares around, right? Basically IOUs of AMC. So you're not trading. The only thing that so the market rule is that if you sell your shares, you have to give it to the other guy in 3 days, I think is the rule. So that as long as the guy on the other side doesn't want his shares, you can hold on to them forever. But the market says you have to give it to him. But if we decide to not trade on the market, then I can give you a whole bunch of IOU AMC shares, I guess, synthetic ones, in lieu of real ones. So I give you maybe 100 real shares and you give me 1,000 fake shares. And we agree that the shares are worth whatever the market says it's worth. Right? And it's kind of just like debt. It's just another financial derivative. Because that can't be 2 billion of real shares, or this stock market would explode, right? Interesting, though. That'd be something I should look into. That's kind of cool. Yeah. There's only 450 million sitting on the table, if you will. And then the rest of it is held. So if we buy up all the float, the stock market goes funny. If we buy up all the shares, we own the company 100%. But you'll end up buying up all the float before you buy up all the shares. So a company with no float would be a company that, let's say, has 1,000 shares and gave them all to your friends. Now, none of your friends sold, 0 float, but there's still 1,000 shares. So at 0 float, it's smart to basically make more shares because people want to invest but can't, right? And then your friends can set ridiculous prices because they hold the rare shares, right? And that's kind of what AMC is doing now. They're looking to dilute another, 500 million? Because we're buying all up their shares, right? So it's good, but it's bad for your first 1,000 investors, right? They basically lose ownership, right? So, yeah, that's kind of where we are right now, actually. Yeah, but if we ever buy up the float, I have never seen a company that has 0 float. But if you bought up all the float, I think the market would go insane. Basically, there'd be no trading. The bid and the asks would be massively different. And there'd be no market maker. The market maker's sitting there with the 400 and whatever shares. So when you sell to him. And when you buy from him. And then he keeps the market moving liquidly. He allows you to sell whenever you want and allows you to buy whenever you want. But as soon as there's no float, actually kind of like the extended markets. The extended markets don't have a market maker. So the prices are like $1.50, $5 apart. And so trading is very thin, as they call it. Yeah. Actually, yeah, so the aftermarket would give you a good example, a daily good example of what it would look like. And an illiquid market also can happen when everyone is selling and nobody wants to buy. You need someone to buy to drive down the price. So if it's just nothing but sellers, the market actually stops. So when you're in like a huge financial crisis and no one wants to buy, the price actually stays artificially high, if you will. And then the first person to buy, it plummets because everyone offers it for like $5, no takers. 4, 3, 2, 1, nearly free. Okay, I'll give it away for free. Okay, I'll buy. And the stock price plummets, right? But what's happening in the background is basically the sellers are setting prices, and they have to keep going down because nobody wants to take this turd of a turd nugget. And the price you see on the screen is only the last agreed price. But if we go and just do a little class lesson here, if we go and here, where is the trading window? No. Whoa. I guess I could do it here. Trade, create new order. So if we look at the actual market window, where was that? Was it here? No. Well, where's the bid and the ask? No. Where is that window? I saw it yesterday. Here it is, order panel. Okay, here it is. Okay, so if this is what we're looking at, right? So if we had level 2 data, we could see all the people saying, I want to sell my cow at $10. And you can see all the people saying, I'm willing to buy a cow at $10.50. But if someone comes down and says, I'm willing to sell a cow at $10.54, the market has to use up everybody before he gets to $10.54. But like right now, someone's buying heavily. So there's 400 for sale, 600 for sale. I'm offering to buy 400 here, 700 here. Where the two meet is the price we get. So if someone buys a lot, he'll eat up all these numbers and it'll keep going up until he's satisfied his, how much he wants, right? But in an illiquid market, there'll be numbers all over the place and no one is bridging the gaps. And so you'll jump and you'll jump and you'll jump based on which gap's being bridged. But can we shrink this? No, we can't. No. But this is basically what's going on right now. So I'm offering to buy 500 cows at 51. I'm offering to sell 300 cows at 52. Okay, we agreed that we'll take all those cows. So now someone's buying heavy, low selling. So we're going to go up. Heavy buying, low selling. Okay. We decided we're going to offer a lower price. So now, because your buyers have to eat the sellers. The sellers can offer, but the sellers don't change the price per se. Somebody has to take it for the price to change, right? Just if there's no sellers and tons of buyers, or there are tons of sellers and no buyers, the price will not move. But the market maker helps move it along. But this is showing human demand. So the market maker is going to fulfill these orders, right? Between the two parties, but not quite. He's going to buy from this guy, take a profit. He's going to take the sell. Sorry, he's going to buy from this guy, take a profit, then sell to this guy. So there's a guy in the middle that's basically scalping off a penny each time. But you got to remember, this guy's not trading to this guy directly. So even though these numbers are not like matching and all this sort of stuff, they're all going to the middleman. But this gives you an idea of at least interest of what people are thinking. So right now our buyers are sinking, right? And the sellers are taking over because there's a lot more interest. Now our buyers are getting a little stronger, but we had over 1,000 in the sell category. So if this holds, we update every second. So that was a strong and still a strong buy. Now the sellers are stronger, so we're probably going to go down. Buyers are weakening, sellers are still strong. So until this comes to a full blue, we're probably going to keep going down because the sellers have strength. Now the buyers have strength. And now we have a lot of strength. We're going to punch through 800 tons. Look at that. So this order is not going to get satisfied. So we're going to keep climbing. Someone put a limit at 1050. So we're pushing against this 300. Now we have 700. We're meeting our match. We just doubled down. We're going up. Right? So this is what they call level 2 data. But the rest of this would be filled in. But it's not really useful. Like, you can see that on the chart. And really knowing what's going to happen in the next second isn't really useful. Unless you're if you're a hardcore frequency trader, you'd probably just stare at this all day because this chart's irrelevant. You're just looking at the balance between these two parties, right? But anyways, that's a crash course on what's happening in the background for those who are new to stock trading. It's just yeah. So back in the day, no one would ever buy stocks that don't have a dividend because what's the point of owning a piece of paper, right? A piece of paper is worthless, but a piece of paper that pays out, that's valuable. And so bonds were popular back in like the 1900s and all that sort of stuff. And shares were more for companies buying other companies or whatever, right? And it wasn't like today. So nowadays, people use shares as a vehicle for wealth. You buy a share and you sell it for the change in value. You're not really investing in a company anymore, right? And back in the day, you would invest in a company and the dividends were their way of sharing the wealth. Nowadays, we don't trust that a company is going to be around forever because a lot of them grow and die. You know, they're not like Coca-Cola or GM, right? They're not like these institutionals. So we basically buy for the growth. When the company stops growing and it goes into the mature or the dying phase, GM's in a matured phase, maybe dying, they have to pay out dividends because their share price won't change because they're neutral. Their profits meet their expenses. They're not growing, but they're not dying. So then why would I buy that stock, right? So that's when dividends are important. But nowadays we can invest in every growth opportunity. AMC is a rebound, so they've had a bad spell. So they're technically this was a value buy at $7. The company has good fundamentals, and they were weakened by external factors that are going to go away, such as a pandemic, a war, whatever, right? So this is kind of value investing. What I'm doing on the screen is momentum trading, but I bought a value stock, so I know it's going to go to 30-ish eventually. So that gets rid of the risk of maybe a pharmaceutical that could die overnight or whatever. So anyways, that's why people buy stocks nowadays. The mentality's kind of shifted from investing in a company because I like the company's prospects and I want it to grow. Who the hell does that? I don't want to buy Coca-Cola because I want Coca-Cola to grow. Fucking who cares about big business? You know, they're evil. They pretty much F everyone around them. But some people still do. You know, small businesses, ventures, whatever. But I think the vast majority, you buy into the stock market as a vehicle for wealth. You're saying, okay, company, I'm investing in you so that you can make me money, versus take all my money and I don't care what happens. I want to see you do well. I think those days are dead. No one does that because companies screw people all the time. So I don't think people have a good taste for companies like they did in the 1900s, where companies grew communities. GM shows up, the whole community gets rich, right? Nowadays, Walmart shows up, they leech money and keep people poor. It's not as, I mean, people grow, there is benefit, there is jobs, but it's not like it was during the Industrial Revolution kind of deal, right? So anyways, long spiel, but you get the point, right? And yes, the value stock is also, for me, it's a backstop, literally what your name is, that if everything goes wrong or I make a mistake or nuclear Armageddon happens, you have a buffer and a backstop or a fallback that the company itself was undervalued. So really it only has up to go. And then you can ride it out, basically. Now, nuclear Armageddon maybe would shut down AMC theaters, but point is there's more up than down. Versus a company that GM might, it's doing good, right? But what happens when it can't produce an electric vehicle and we go all electric? You know, If it wasn't innovating, if it wasn't constantly innovating, they would have died out in the 80s with their crappy engines. But they innovated with smarter, fuel efficient engines that are more powerful, but still crappy enough that they could be sold to the consumer. Because we can build super duper engines, but they're going to cost you 50 grand just for the engine. And it's still going to rust and wear out. So do you want to pay, 100K for all your cars? I mean, we can do it. And you'll have great fuel efficiency, great performance, but where GM and Ford makes their money is striking the balance between total shit Chinese knockoff car or motorcycle engine in a tuk-tuk and high-end Ferrari, Tesla, NASA grade, and they find that balance, right? And that's their value. Their value is being able to find the balance, because anyone can make an engine, anyone can make a car, but can you make a car consistent that doesn't break down, that's at a good value price point, and then sell that turd to the consumer? Then you're a company. And so that's how you invest in stuff like that, right? Like look at the F-150. It sells on name alone. Do you need a truck in suburbia? No. But do you want a truck? Yes. And that is a successful marketing, right? And that's a successful company. And Tesla's getting there. Tesla's got the premium product per se, but Tesla needs to work on being a company and ironing out all the bugs. And if that's the case, then Tesla can be worth their stock price. But right now, Tesla's stock price is basically mostly hype and expectation that they're going to turn into a Ford or a GM. I don't know if Elon has the ability to run a company the size and scope of a Toyota or a GM. Like, yeah, he's got eBay under his belt, but automotive is incredibly complicated. Like, it's you have to think 30 years down the road and still have parts. It's not like you can just fly by night, build a rocket. You have to sustain, and that is where most car companies die. They can't sustain for 30 years. Who can hold parts in a warehouse for 4 million customers every year for 30 years? Each year you pick up new customers and you got to be able to support them for 30 years later. Oh, Jesus. That's really hard. So, yeah. Anyways, point being, going on a bit of a tangent, it's so depending on what type of investor you are, I like growth companies because it's easy to see when they're not doing well, whereas I don't have the time or the care to research if GM is going to make it or break it. There's just so much. Like, you have to know the staff and the management and his background, and holy Christ, because the company is trading on such thin levels that every little piece makes a difference. And then they become so fragile, or they become rock solid, one of the two, because there's so much that goes into it that like every little piece matters. And so either every little piece helps make it stronger or every little piece helps to weaken it. Whereas stuff like this, we just need to know if pandemic is going to stop. Yes. Excellent. Stock go up. Like, it's so much easier. But this is kind of a stock you have to watch every day. Whereas GM, you would come back in 20 years and reassess, or whenever the board of directors changes or whatever, right? So it's all about how you want to invest. And anyways, this is my personal preference, and as such, this is what you guys are going to get. But once AMC's run its course, maybe once it's back to $30, $40, $50, we might move on to some more high risks and broaden our portfolio. I have said to my investors that invest with me by loaning me money, because I can't officially or legally invest for them. The end goal here is to probably get more of a broader portfolio than going all in all the time. Because there is value in spreading your money out and just seeing which guys take off and then sell as soon as they take off. So you just scatter your money to the wind, and one of your dollars turns into a $10. That's when you get out. Versus trying to make all your money by actually working. Let your money just sit there for 5 months, and if it goes down 1% or goes up 10%, whatever, right? Um, but that's once you got a lot of money. Diversify a little bit when you're looking at millions or hundreds of thousands of dollars. Um, but I'm sitting at 60K. I need to get to about 240, and then I can make more money on the stock market daily than I could make working a job probably monthly. So I want to be making about 5K with ease every month. And right now I'm making about 20K right now with AMC a month, 20 to 30K, but I don't know how long that's going to last, right? So, yeah, anyways. But, we just made, let's say you had 100K, right? You've just made over 20% right now. So you made what, if this is US dollars, you made what minimum wage makes in a year, or a poor person makes on welfare in a year, in less than a day, less than actually half a day. So, like, and you didn't touch your principal. So you went from 100K to 120K in less than half a day. And then you get to put the 120K in tomorrow, and you see how this works, right? So, anyways, it just baffles me why people put their money in slow stocks, or the majority of their money in slow stocks. I can see diversification, but like, who puts the majority of their money into 2% returns, 5% returns? Yeah, they're guaranteed, maybe, but god damn, what a way to go. Anyways. Yeah, I should make my own ETF. I probably could. It's not that hard. I could actually open up my own over the counter. I know I can do that. I think the filing fee is 100,000 Canadian to open up the ticker. Actually, let me look that up. And then, but the problem with that though is I think I'm on the hook for money, because the share price, there's a fatal flaw. Basically, something I remember, that if everyone bails, you end up owing more money. But I think maybe what that is if you spend the money. So if you leave the money in and people pile the money in but you don't spend it, you go to zero. But if you're spending the money that's coming in because you're using it to grow your company, then when things go south, you owe money basically, because your shares become worthless. And so I think with IPOs, what you do is you have a bank buy up all your shares for a certain price, and then it's up to him to figure out if people are going to like it or not on the stock market. And that's when you get like Merrill Lynch or JP Morgan to back your IPO. They give you a ton of money. You go do whatever the hell you want with it. And you might keep a few shares for yourself so that if your company does well, you get money out of it. But the JP Morgan people will figure out if they're going to pump or dump or whatever, right? But when you go 100% in, you're dividing your company by all your shares. Each share is worth a percentage of your company. So if your company, if your shares do horrible, your company goes down with it, because the shares match the market cap of your company. But then at some point, your fundamental will outweigh those shares. So I don't know how far your shares can tank your company. I guess if your company owns no shares, then it's unaffected by the share price, because it's not using those shares as value to the company. So then it's not affected when the value goes to zero. Yeah, maybe that's it. And that's why it's getting all kind of confusing. I had to kind of rethink about that. But anyways, while we're waiting for this to do the thing, I'm going to look up an OTC. OTC in Canada, over the counter Canada, stonks. And then people invest from the States because your money gets multiplied by 30%. OTC Canada, OTC markets. I wonder what you have to qualify. I know I can trade pinks, which is over the counter, without a license. Do I have to get sponsored? Probably not. Let's see. Accept. Whoa. Okay, so you can actually register yourself as a person. So Citadel just moved 10 billion shares in Canada. Oof. Damn, 10 billion shares, or $356 million worth of volume. Damn. Okay. But yeah, how about I make a Lemon Corp? So, because the OTC markets just want to make money off of they want to be the market guy. So they'll just make money off of every trade, but tiny amounts. So they don't really care as long as you're not committing crimes. So where is the... Here we go. When to consider. Okay. So do I have to be a public company? Okay, here's the regulations. So they make it easy for you to get about 75 million in capital. Yikes. To be a non-SEC reporting company, I like it. I can go and I can offer through general solicitation. That's what I'm doing. To test the waters. I like that. Okay. And I can offer tier 2 offerings. Blah, 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 blah. Okay. Oh, we're starting to take off again. Good. Okay. So then how do I start that? A slow PO? Yeah, because the thing with an IPO, right, is when you put your company public and nobody wants your shares, then you're not doing so good. So some people want to test the waters, and then if the demand is high, they go all in. But how do I... Okay. Small and micro cap companies. We would be a micro cap company. Community banks. Can people? Well, actually, you know what? You wouldn't trade as a person because then I'm liable, directly liable, right? Yeah, you'd always want to trade as a company. And then the company can go bankrupt. And then I'm the only board of director on the company, and I just trade the company's money as I see fit. Yeah, that's the way to do it. Okay, so the pink open market has no financial standards or disclosure requirements. So it's the wild, wild west. Yes. You can be foreign companies, you can be whatever, you can be distressed, delinquent, or dark that are not willing or able to provide information to investors. YOLO. That sounds great. Less bullshit, more YOLO. But you'll never get the hardcore investors. You'll just get, the friends and family sort of deal. Okay. So, yep. But that's why pinks are incredibly high risk, right? But if you know what you're doing, all those rules and regulations that exist with like the NASDAQ is to protect the investor, they say, but a lot of it too is to restrict who gets to play so that there's less crap and less evil people and less like fly-by-night charlatans, right? But it also allows them to make more money because that regulation costs money. So then you have to pay more $1 million to get listed on the NASDAQ, I think, or 100K at least US. So they get to charge for it, right? And they get to stop your stocks when they want to and all that sort of stuff. So, of course, they don't want everyone trading on the pink because obviously they wouldn't get any of their money. So anyways, businesses are not out to benefit you. So you have to always take everything with a grain of thought, a grain of salt. Okay, so if you want to be on the pink list, you have to prove that you're alive within 45 days once a year. Okay. So, okay, what's pink then? Oh, pink is actually trademarked here? Yeah. Okay. So how do I qualify for pink market? You just publish news about your company and that's all you got to do? Well, yeah, but how do I get listed? Yeah, exactly. Yeah. I bought a company, I forget what it was. I bought a weed company that I read through a news article. And I was like, oh, and they mentioned this company like just in passing. And I'm like, okay, I'll take a look at it. And I put $100 in it, and it went from $1.20 to $7 in a week after that article. And I was like, whoa, 7 times my money. Thank you. Yeah. And then it died afterwards and never came back. And I was like, oh, well, doesn't matter. You know? Okay, so pink companies have to pay $5,500 a year with a $1,000 application fee. Okay. So there is an upkeep cost. So you pay $1,000 up front and $5,500 a year. And then you just sign a form saying, okay, so it's just an order form. Let's take a look at this order form. I got $1,000. Easy. Get myself listed. And then, oh, but then how does my price... Oh, I guess you just trade and then the market handles that. That's what you're paying for, right? The market handles the up and downs. So whoever gets in on the bottom of the pyramid scheme here essentially makes a ton of money, right? Unless I fail to attract new buyers. Wow, that does sound pretty criminal. Oh my god. All right, I want to see this. I'm very, very curious now. Yeah, yeah. Most of my experience with OTC have been fresh weed companies because they don't have the money, right, to trade on the big markets. But then it's like, who cares? If all you're gonna do is peddle weed, anybody can be a drug dealer. It doesn't matter, right? And then they're just like, yeah, we need the money to go do blank, and all the blank is just sell more. So it's like, okay, yeah. I don't think you're gonna make it in 10 years, but I don't care. I'm just trying to figure out if you're gonna make it down the week, right? So it all depends on how you want to invest. Now, where the hell's my downloaded files? Ah, here we go. Let's see this. Okay. So I pick a trading symbol. I state where I am. Do I have to buy a trading symbol first? I guess I can pick one. Okay. So you have to you can tell this market's good. Um, if you're here because the court has ordered you to give up control of your company, please attach the document. It's like, oh, so as part of debt restructuring or whatever, the court dissolves your company and then throws you on the OTC market because you suck, and then you're that's where you go to die. Oh my lord. Um, okay, so you can get a level 2 quote display service, but it costs you 3 grand a year. So investors can have free access to the same market data as professional traders. Eh, that's once you're doing good. Okay, so it looks like I have to be incorporated in the United States, which means I need a corporation. Okay. I'm still got to follow the Security and Exchange Act. So if that's the case, but then I want to be on the cool market where I don't actually have to. Oh, I guess I still have to follow the laws. I just don't report to the SEC. Yeah, I guess I can't break the laws. They can't give me the ability to commit murder, but I just don't have to tell the police when I shoot someone. Got it. Got it. I like this. Oh, and they do a background check. Ooh, ooh. That's they trade in good stuff when applications come with a background check. Yeah, I'd just like to buy a smoothie. Yeah, we're just gonna have to check your ID. Okay, you check out. What kind of Wendy's is this? Okay, we take all your money. There's no refunds, and we will cut you off unless you give us all your money. Damn, this is a tough market. They must deal with some questionable folks. It's one of the toughest forms I've read. Well, that's maybe something to look into. I could start up a Justin investment firm, and as long as I don't have to report, I don't actually have to be an investor. Because you'd be buying into my company, not giving me money directly. Therefore, I'm not investing for you. But if I put all my money into the stock, it then ends up like a Berkshire Hathaway, right? People put their money in because then I make money for their money. Blah 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 blah. Hmm. That seems like something to do. Rather than take donations, people can just donate directly, and then I make them value, basically, right? And then as long as I hold, let's say, 70% of the shares, I get 70% of the cut, and then I give 30% back to the market. Whenever I make money, 70 is still in my pocket unless I sell a share, and then 30 is, that works. I like it. Because that's my current payout scheme, is I give 60 and I keep 30 when I use other people's money. But then that's technically what it would be, right? You would be buying in, giving me your money, then I take that money and work it on the markets, and if it succeeds or not, that works. I like it. But then the problem there is that if people don't like your success rate, they just withdraw their money because they can, and then you're screwed. But if you do good, then you multiply the good and you multiply the bad. Yeah. Anyways, something to think about. Smoothies. They have smoothies in Canada. They're keeping up with McDonald's where they have the fruit smoothies. So, yeah. Uno versus reverse carded, yeah. But anyways, yeah, no, just a neat thought. I've always kind of wanted to open up a ticker for myself, like just for my name. Um, and I have looked into it before, like a couple years ago. But that was a neat diversion while we wait for this to truck along. The S&P has gone flat. The Dow has gone slightly green. So we're getting out of our holes. And we're still riding high at 20%, which is good. Yeah. Let's go take a look at the now 40% GME. Yeah, that's a bit of a garbage can of money. 14 when they're trading around 1,000 or less. There's 11,000. That's still a lot. See, like that's usually not what happens. So you're trickling down, right? So you can see here. Let's see if I do this. You can see it's kind of trending downwards, right? And if you look at it even this way, or this way, or this way, or this way, and you pick a different top, it's still going downwards. So you don't normally have a break up when that happens. But I bet good money what happened here is that they went into a pennant shape. So you basically have this. And then they basically got to the top of their pennant, and that's the breakout, right? So that's what we're seeing here. But normally that doesn't happen. It goes long, and then it rolls and crashes. But they managed to muster up enough energy that they did a technical breakout. And that might even be like a bigger one if we go and take it from like a larger shape. Like you could probably argue maybe that. Yeah, see? It broke out with resistance, and then it punched out. Yeah, so that even lines up to one huge pennant shape, going from the bottom of this morning all the way up to now, right? And you can also look at that too as, since we're learning here, you can look at that as a channel, right? So this is the channel it's playing in. It's riding high, now it's riding low, but it's gapping up because it wants to get back up to this line. So there's a whole bunch of technicals that are in play, but that's very good. It's basically bouncing along a channel. You could look at it that way. Anyways, regardless, everything is going Millhouse. So let's get a few more lemons in there, just to keep the support up. But good stuff. If you're wondering why we can't get over 1090 right now, let's take a look at that. I can answer that question. So there's 1091. So you got two mountains here that are going to give you a bit of a ceiling. And those ones are actually at 1093, 1094. You also got these two guys right here that are at 1090, I bet, right? 1090, yeah. So you got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 tops to try to get over this bounce. And then if we go over here, it's probably going to be a major point. Yeah, so here, these two, this guy here. So it represents the ceiling of the rebound after the first, or is that the second crash? 24th was yesterday. So that was the curve before the first, and this is the second crash, this whole thing. So this is the third, and there's the fourth. Okay, so let's say that's the third crash. So we're now at the ceiling, or the first rebound of the third crash. So that's going to be something. And I bet you one of these touches the line, almost. So these are going to give you trouble too. They're going to slow you down around 1080. Because this is before then the fourth crash right here. So on our way up, these all become ceilings, where previously they were holding us from falling. So that's probably what we're in right now, because I think, if I recall correctly, Then if we go over to here, there's a lot of support here as well at the 11 line, which is where we want to be. We want to be over 11, and that is primo, because then 11 is good here, and 11 is also good here. It's this shelf right here. So that gets us up on like a solid footing that we can launch up to here. But yeah, we're just dealing with the dregs. We'll get out eventually. We're going for our third hit. 1, 2. So we're going to go for a third hit, and we'll either break through or collapse. We're later in the day, but our 12 was shitty. We tanked at 12. So normally you go up at 12. So we'll see. I don't think we're going to get new highs for today, so we won't go over 1120. But you never know, right? GME is prepping to go up, but they haven't managed to get over 1170. So that's what we're up to. Yep. Yeah, once we get over 1090, we should go up to 11 easy. And then once we hit 11, there'll be a bunch of resistance getting through 11. And then once we get on top of 11, so 11.1, 11.2, then we can start working our way up that cliff. But I think the hard part will be getting to 11. 11 will be a bitch to get through. Now, we've already punched through it earlier today, so that means it's not too bad. But we were unable to sustain it. You saw how quickly we came back down, so I think we'll have a little bit of trouble. Yeah, easily 25 by tomorrow, right? 5,000 by end of week. Yeah. The best burger in Ottawa? Okay. So using fast food as a reference, what would be the best fast food hamburger that you like? Because there's different types of hamburger. If you want like very substantial, earthy, like heavy, ground beefy kind of, then you want probably the Works. If you want kind of like a Wendy's, where it's more about how it all comes together and it's smooth, there's a couple of pubs that do incredible burgers, but it's all about how it comes together. Where the Works is more of a salt and pepper patty on flavor, like they throw stuff on it, but the meat is there, right? Whereas Wendy's, you don't really taste the meat. It's all about how it all comes together, right? But there's a pub nearby. I get a Reuben burger sometimes. Oh my sweet lord! The smoked meat with the White Russian sauce basically merges beautifully with the earthy hamburger, and it gives it the moisture that usually hamburger needs. Oh, sweet God. So, fuck. Now I want a hamburger. Yeah, and if quality is not really your thing, I've actually found the Walmart sirloin, or no, prime beef, whatever. It's a mixture of meats, because the best hamburgers are made with chuck, not ground beef shoulder or leg or scraps. Chuck gives you the best all around, and so they're using a bit of prime beef and regular beef, so you get the juiciness from the prime, but you get the structure and the price reduction of the non-prime. So it's a nice balance. Those ones, you can probably get them in the States as well. Those are actually nice all-round burgers for what they are, $10 for 10 burgers kind of deal. Yeah. And I don't think you have Farm Boy in the States, but if you do in Canada, their burgers are like $2 a shot. But they're made with chuck and prime ingredients, and oh fuck, they are good. Those are good victory burgers. I got a blue cheese one the other day. just enough blue cheese that you can't taste it, but it's there to add that zing, and it just beautiful with the the high quality meat. Like just fucking great. Yeah, when you can write a story about what you ate, that is life. That's when you're living, right? Shit. But it's too expensive for me. I can't afford $2.50 a burger. I want to eat two of them. It's like $5, and then add in the bun, and God, that's just too much money. Yeah. Yes, the hold the phone is a good one. Um, you would think peanut butter on a hamburger is stupid, but then when you realize that meat goes well with sugar and earthy taste. Oh, it looks like we might get our breakout here. So when you sweeten meat, sweet meat or sweet bread greatly increases the taste of the ground beef experience. So peanut butter gives you earthy, but sugar and salt and texture. It works. It really does. Just like eggs. Eggs give you earthy taste. A fried egg has a beautiful earthy taste, where a poached egg gives a light earthy taste and goes better with sausage rounds, pork, hence Egg McMuffin. And then it complements the bread, which is earthy. And there's your breakout. So 3 times hit, 1, 2, hits for the 3rd time, off we go. Like candy. Now we have to get a bit of distance, and we're going to come back down to that black line. And that should be enough distance. And there we go. Yep. So for all you people that follow me daily, we're back to normal, right? Back to having a crystal ball and seeing into the future, which is what this channel is all about. Yeah. Oh, and now apparently hamburgers. Oh, shit. I am jonesing hard. I think the Works now delivers too. But do you want to pay $20 for a hamburger? Maybe I'll just make home. Maybe that's what I'll do after this stream. I'll make a bunch of deep fried French fries, homemade French fries, because that's really what I like the most. The burger is just there to add to it, but really it's the high quality spuds. My Irish genes need an injection of potatoes, like monthly at least. Oh, I'm still down here, DYL, other Daryl. I'm not free until we hit 14. Man. I mean, I would pay $20 for a hamburger, but it's got to be a $20 hamburger. But then you have like $2 options and $3 options that are quite good. So is really $20 worth that? Like, I'm sure maybe if I ate a breathtaking $20 burger, but I have not met a burger that is worth $20. I should say that. I've eaten probably 50 to 60 different types of burgers in my time, probably from at least 40 different places I can think off the top of my head. But fries, poutines, and burgers, and soft drinks, I have a connoisseur taste for all of those. I try every soft drink I can ever find. I used to try every energy drink, but my health suffered. My health was suffering, and it didn't help, I should say. But I do try to have a burger and French fries in every country I visit, and I try to have a poutine whenever they're available, just to compare, just to have something. And I drink a Coca-Cola in every country I visit, as well. And Japan, I like Japan's diet Coke Zero. There's something with it. It's weird and funky, but it's good. And US pop, the high fructose is ridiculous. It's like drinking corn syrup. I can taste the corn. Fucking gross. Um, so, yeah, I can't really do sugar in the United States. US dairy is not bad, but it's not good for your health, depending which one you buy. Australian dairy was really, they took a lot of the cream out. So we use like 10 to 16% on everything, like our cream for our milk. They were using like 2% and 3. And I'm like, 3 is not cream, 3 is milk. Dial that shit up. Oh, and I'm a coffee connoisseur. I completely forgot about that. Although I had to stop drinking coffee because of my health. I can't have caffeine as much anymore. But yeah, I drank non-stop coffee throughout Australia. Apparently they love coffee too. Being so close to Indonesia in Asia, where they get, they can even grow their own coffee because some of their country is jungle, right? So I drank a lot of coffee in Australia, and that coffee was fresh. It was really good. Really, yeah. I mean, it's not worth the price difference. I wouldn't import it, but having super fresh right off the berry, roasted that day or within hours of consuming it, there's definitely a difference. But what they're trying to do is take normal coffee and sell it or give it to you at the best quality possible. But the coffee that you normally have has degraded a bit. So you're taking normal coffee and you're getting a degraded version of it. So if the price is the same, that coffee is way better. But because you're always getting degraded coffee when you buy coffee, you have to buy premium coffee so it can degrade down to the level of normal coffee served fresh, if you can follow that logic. Coffee becomes sour and tastes like vinegar when it expires. The oils go rancid. So the more expensive coffee has less acidity and it doesn't taste like vinegar. But you can achieve that with super fresh coffee as well. There'll be a little subtle difference, but not $50 difference, which those two spectrums go for a pound. Cat poop coffee is over $50 a cup in some places. I think it sells wholesale for $50 a pound. Jamaican Blue is $38 US, and that's another very expensive one. But both of those, I've had both of them, and Jamaican Blue is nice, but fuck, I'm not paying $38 a pound. It's not that nice. Starbucks is like 80% of the way there and costs $7. So it's, not that Starbucks is amazing, but it's not shit. So you got to do the math, right? So anyways, so yeah, looking at the chart, we got pulled back down. And they're on support. So let's get this over here. So this is probably a little bit of a sell-off because we're getting later in the day, but that's fine. I'm hoping this is just an overreaction and we see a bit of green here. Maybe I'll do pizza today. Oh yeah, actually I was supposed to do a pizza for lunch. That's probably why I'm hungry. Why, you got me talking about hamburgers. I'm like, why am I so hungry? I haven't eaten anything today. Yeah, that'll do it. I ran out of hot dogs, and then I ate my homemade lasagna, and then I ate all the cereal I could find. Yeah, I gotta go do some grocery shopping. I had chicken tendies yesterday just to make me feel better. I was like, I need something to cheer me up after yesterday. Oh, that was grim. I was just like, all right, fuck it. I'll eat some tendies and fly a spaceship. Just forget about the day. Yep, fuck. Oh, man. That was a brutal day. Yeah, I think we're still good. This is just, it tried to get through this line. We may not be able to get through this line again. It'd take a lot of support. So we'll probably finish somewhere around here or a little bit higher to 1090. And that makes sense because getting through all of this is difficult. Like this is going to be a very big support line. So as we get close to it, it basically like repels us, right? So we need a lot of energy to get through this almost entire day of holding at one price, including a bounce as well. So there's a long period of being at 11. So yeah, I could see it. And I bet you if I measure, this is actually at 11. Yeah, 1103. See, that's bouncing off of that line. So watch, if I do this, that's exactly what happened. So if I put this, I bet you it goes right through all that stuff. Yep. See, it's all the bottoms. See how that works? Yeah. And it is actually probably exactly to this bottom. Yep, the green, see? So yeah, that's how this whole support resistance stuff works. So this is good because it's responding to lines. So it's not because people are changing their mind. It's more the technicals say this is too much. We won't have the energy to get through. So people are preemptively selling because they know the likelihood of us getting through a psychological whatever reason for this line is going to be hard. And so it's again self-fulfilling prophecy. The resistance line is a resistance line because we know it's a resistance line, though therefore it becomes a resistance line because we give it the power, right? The market is not stopping us from going through this line. It's the psychology of all the players are thinking that this line is real, so it becomes real. And it's real because they think it's real. So it works backwards and forwards. So it exists because they think it will exist in the future. There we go. Therefore, it exists now. Resistance inception. If you can follow along with that, you'll be able to do well at the stock market. Yeah. And that's why sometimes the lines don't matter, because they should exist, but I guess if the people are too dumb, don't care, or there's some other reason you don't know about, they exist for you because you know you saw them, so you create them, but they don't exist for everyone else, so therefore they don't exist. And so we go right through them. In magic. Yep. Pepsi is good, yeah. I love the fountain pop at McDonald's. That fountain pop is so good. The Egg McMuffin is but whatever they do for fountain pop at McDonald's, oh my god, I could chug that all day. It's just a nice balance between watered down and like maybe they throw oxygen in there as well. Like you just feel so good afterwards. Fuck. I've always said if I was trapped in a desert or like I was dying, my last thing would be a big giant fountain pop from McDonald's, sometimes Wendy's. That can bring me back from the grave. Yeah. Oh my god. Yeah. Yeah. Like I like coffee and you know a good coffee is life-saving as well, but just that fountain pop, because there's enough water in it, coffee does dehydrate. I mean, I don't even drink water. I drink basically coffee nonstop. I don't know the last time I had a glass of water, straight water, right? So it's diet pop or coffee is usually what I drink nonstop. But my point is, when you have less caffeine and more water, you're better off, especially when you're thirsty, versus drinking something that has high caffeine. Like you could get hydrated from energy drinks, but the amount of hydration that's in there is a lot less because of the caffeine content, even if the milliliters are the same. That's a better way of saying it. So, oh man, yeah. Yeah, if you ever get the chance to have a poutine, if you ever come to Ottawa, go over to Hull, and there's a place called Le Petit something, and it looks like an old tiny house, or kind of like an old school Dairy Queen with that kind of weird roof house kind of deal. And holy crap, $14 Canadian, so about $11 American, and you get a poutine that which is fries and cheese curds, fries, gravy, and cheese curds. But the fries are double cooked, so they cook them once, like 90%, then they warm them up and crisp them up again just before you get them. And then the gravy's a nice meat gravy, none of that bullshit ketchup watered down crap that McDonald's. The original poutine was actually a diluted ketchup kind of taste on the fries, but the meat gravy is fucking great. And it's definitely a meat gravy. Like you're drinking a hamburger. It's good, and it's thick, and holy crap. And then the cheese curds are just squishy, delicious, and fucking amazing. And so they melt like a good mozzarella on a pizza. It's like eating the top of a pizza, but instead of pizza, it's fries and gravy instead of tomato sauce. Anyways, so their poutine weighs about probably 3 pounds, at least 2 pounds. It's fucking heavy, and it's like $11. And you eat half of it, and you can feel your heart just chugging along. Oh, I can never eat the whole thing at once, just because you can really feel your heart like struggling with the gravy. But then again, I'm not American, so I but oh fuck, is it ever good? But for $11, if you split it with somebody, it's $5 Canadian. So it's like $4 and something, and it weighs like 3, 4, 5 Subway subs. Like it's heavy as shit, right? So you're getting potatoes, and you're getting your money's worth, right? And in the winter, there's nothing better than a poutine. You got your potatoes, your potassium, the warmth, the cheese, the liquid. It's a full, perfect meal. The only thing you could reduce is the sodium. Drop some of that salt, and you could eat a poutine every day because it's a carbs, fat. You got your dairy, you got everything, right? Calcium, iron. It's great. So, yeah, highly recommended if you ever come to Ottawa. Just cross over to the French side and hook up with a poutine. It's quite good. And don't have heart issues before you do this. I've had a poutine with the Swiss Chalet sauce. I don't like their sauce on French fries. I've had it, but no. A poutine with what is it? Meat sauce is really good. So fries with kind of like an Italian meat sauce on top is not bad. No, the curds are melted by the gravy. We don't deep fry a lot of things here other than French fries. I guess fish might be deep fried sometimes if it's battered. Of course, if it's battered, but sometimes like fish fillets will be quickly deep fried, just to cook them uniformly. But normally they're all pan seared or oven. Yeah. Yeah. Plus proteins destroy your oil, right? So you want to avoid deep frying meat, protein, anything that's not coated, because you'll wreck your oil. Oh man, deep fried pickles? Whew. Surprisingly really good. The Snicker bar was okay, like because it was all melted and gooey, but or the deep fried Mars bar, which is kind of the same, but Snickers have peanuts in them. But the pickle was interesting. I didn't think it would come out as good as it was. Yeah. Yep. Yeah. Tim Hortons, yeah. So, no, Tim Hortons is fine, but what happened is Tim Hortons got bought out by the same people that run, I think, Taco Bell and something else. That stupid Brazilian group, RBI Restaurants. So they might also do KFC and Pizza Hut. Yeah. KFC, Pizza Hut, Taco Bell, and now Tim Hortons. And they might own some other stuff, but it's those brands international. So anyways, they basically, of course, as soon as they got in, they took our, not doing great but awesome Canadian franchise, and then they cost cut to make it more competitive and better for the shareholders. But then that means the coffee suffers, and that means the delivery time suffers, and it's not what it used to be. Long story short, right? Tim Hortons is what I would consider like medium grade. The nice thing about it is that it's smooth and it's hot, so it's a nice medium bodied, almost sometimes light, but it's not a cheap coffee. It's not diluted. It's not 100% water. There is some body to it, but it's not acidic. It's not too bad. So it's just a good everyday Joe. It's not a greasy spoon. It's not like a Denny's coffee, or they poured 2 ounces of water through 7,000 ounces of grounds. Those are some like greasy spoon coffee when you can stick your spoon up in it. But yeah, it's okay. Tim Hortons just has a reputation, but it's a far cry from what it used to be. It used to be like high quality donuts, and the coffee was insanely good for the time. They were bringing, because remember, Canada's actually like a backwards, fucker. It's rolling. Don't worry about it. It won't go far. But Canada's really backwards in the way that we're isolated. So unless the States gives it to us, we have to import everything, right? We don't have a lot of countries around us. We have one, and we're separated by great distances. So we're only really new to big chains and franchises in like the 50s, I think. And our local stuff didn't have enough power because they don't have enough cell power because we're so spread out that we couldn't go coast to coast kind of deal. So anyways, so Tim Hortons brought good quality coffee coast to coast and gave us something that we could rely on as a brand name, versus every random person making their own coffee from different grounds. And so Tim Hortons found a spot in Canadians' hearts because we drink a lot of coffee. Like, I know tons of people that never drink water. It's just all coffee all the time. You're thirsty, it's another cup of coffee. And I used to be like that, but can't do that no more. So I don't like KFC because in Canada it's done poorly. I've had KFC in the United States. Holy shit. Like, it is light and flavorful and juicy, and it's not greasy. Here it's like really greasy, heavy. You're always sick after eating it. But oh my god, in the States, I'm like, wow, I understand why people will kill for KFC. It's breathtakingly light. The delicate flavors. I was like, holy, like, this is good. Actually good. Yeah. Yeah. And I had Wendy's in the States. Wendy's in the States is not as good as Wendy's in Canada. And McDonald's in the States is horrible compared to Canada. But both those cases is our food standards. We don't allow low quality meat to be served. It has to be restaurant grade or higher. So unless it's in a stew or something. So they have to use higher quality meat here than they do in the States. But with KFC, chicken is kind of chicken. We're just screwing up the cooking in Canada, it looks like. I've tried KFC about 5 different places in Canada, and only one of them was moderately good, but nothing like what I had in the States. Oh, that shit was so good. So good. Yeah. Oh, I had the light KFC in Syracuse on my way to Waterloo. There's premium outlet malls. So I come down and I go through Watertown to Syracuse and then over to closer to Rochester. There's the Finger Lakes. There's a Waterloo premium outlet mall there. But I think I stopped at Syracuse because I'm like, you know what? I'm going to try KFC to see the difference, of course, right? Pizza Hut, I think I had once in the States. I think I had a slice of like just pepperoni to get a ballpark. And it was cheaper and thicker than in Canada, which makes sense because food is cheaper in the United States than it is in Canada. But where food is also cheaper, the food quality can sometimes also be lower. So sometimes our cost is because they can't use the cheaper versions, but more so our cost is just because we're a small market, right? But meat, we have a lot of meat, a lot of cows. So our meat here is relatively cheap, but our mass-produced products like Gatorade, you guys can buy a liter of Gatorade for $1. I can buy a 500 milliliter for $3. Like, but that's just because you can pump them out by the billions. In Canada, not so much. So, yeah. And yes, and labor wages are cheaper in the United States as well. Yeah, the cost of living isn't higher in Canada as well. And you pay more taxes in Canada than you do the United States. So there's that disparity. Because if you don't have to pay health care, right, then there's no taxation, and then the labor can go lower, and there's a lot of benefits as long as you don't mind your workforce dying. But who cares, as long as it's not you. Yeah, so that old chestnut. How much time do we have? 2 hours, eh? Okay, so we may get a second wind up into the 1090s. But still, if we close at 18%, I'm fucking happy. I got no problems with that. No problems whatsoever. So they're still just going sideways. They might get a breakout. It looks like they might go for a breakout. Dow's doing good. S&P's doing good. Nasdaq's going sideways. UK finished on a roar. DAX, nice. Okay, they should open up soon. These guys are just going flat. US currency is on a tear. Well, I think everything's looking good today. There's like no wet blankets in any of what I follow, so we're probably seeing slowdown just because we're going too fast, too quick, right? So that's kind of what this was. But now that we paid for it, we could maybe get a run right to the end. That's not bad. That's not bad at all. Because, yeah, if we look at, say, like the 1 hours, right? So we got this. This is our retraction to pay for our up, right? And that went about 50, 70%. So that went about 30% down. So now if we can get back up to 1101, then that will break us out and we'll go for a run. And we'll probably stop around 1150, 1160. But if we can get through that, we can easily gap up to 1190, maybe even 1245. But I'd like to see us get over 1220 is the next realm. But anyways, yeah, so if we can go for a round 2, that'd be great. But we definitely slowing down. See, 1 hour good, 1 hour good, slow, very slow, and now we're 30 minutes into nothing, right? So this will probably taper off into kind of a pennant shape, meaning we're going to end up at a like 1080, 1060, somewhere in this area. And then the breakout will be tomorrow or end of day. Either way, looking positive. No, I don't think there'll be a pullback tomorrow. No. We've more than, this is your pullback right here. We've already paid for our height, see? So we paid for it all the way up, but a lot of this was uncertainty in the beginning. You can tell because it's almost going 100% back. So people are like, we went up, I'm not sure. We went up, I'm not sure. But you can see that red is shortening, the confidence gets higher, and then this is full confidence. There's no red, there's no unsure, it's just non-stop growth. So now we got to kind of pay for that. So this was the payment for this stick right here. And this whole dip was the payment for the big guy. So this all works out. So, they go up too high, the doubt kicks in, people want to get profit. Who cares? Whatever. Long story short, this is all paid for. And then we recover. Now, this is probably due to some market uncertainties. So there are slowdowns. GME maybe did something. So these were probably unnecessary. They're also due to the technicals. We just couldn't get out, so we fall back. But I would like to see these fallbacks not as big. Then we'd be in a healthier state. We go up, we go bang, bang, out, right? But we did just come off of a massive crash, so as soon as people see negativity again, it's going to be big. At least until a couple days go by, and then we'll start shrinking these downturns. Because yeah, people are still spooky, right? So I think we're still on track. Long story short, everything is adding up as it should. So yeah, well, that's as a being a healthy up until I was 30. I used the healthcare maybe twice in my life. Once when I broke an arm, which is cheap, and that's because someone like fell on me. So I really never did anything that required medical, right? But you think of, on average, 1 out of 1 million people are going to be extra fucked from birth, and then probably 1 in 3 is going to have some mental health issue. 1 in 6 is going to have some complication, and then probably 1 in 5 by the time they're 30 is going to have at least one major health scare that requires at least it getting checked out. So with those odds, you got a 20% chance, let's say, of needing the healthcare before you're old. And so that means 20% of the population is getting the shaft, right? So then you have the other half pay for those people. But yeah, I can see the benefit, but definitely it's not fair because the people that generally need the healthcare are the same people that can't afford it. So even if I had to pay extra in my taxes, I would still pay for the healthcare just because it's my way of doing my part for the greater good. If you choose to, get diabetes and fucking die, that's your fucking fault. Like, I'm not going to try to keep you alive, but I'm not going to stack the cards against you, right? So at least that's my view. Because yeah, I hate paying healthcare for smokers, diabetics, people that basically have chosen their life path. And yes, some diabetics are hereditary, but most is a love affair of sugar. And there's people that live in squalor, and I know people that live in complete garbage, and then they get sick because they live in complete garbage with bugs crawling on them. So you're paying for all of that, right? But then you're also paying for that parent that doesn't die, and you're paying for a society that's not filled with dying people in the streets, right? So you have to weigh out the costs. So, well, no. There's diabetics that get it, as I said, from birth and hereditary, and there's people that are predisposed. But the majority of diabetics that are in Canada are the ones that are obesity driven. So it's insulin burning out. I think that's type 2. So it's due to weight, sugar consumption, basically the combination of the two. And then genetics also plays a factor, but yeah. Oh, I'd love to stop stupid people from voting, but that's a whole different story. Which is why I pay for my health care, right? I don't mind paying my health care if the general IQ of Canadians was that of, I don't know, let's pick a country that's not too bright. Let's say, what's a low IQ country that votes from their feelings? South America's gotten a lot smarter. Let's say Thailand or Myanmar, Southeast Asia. I'm just going to pick one out of the dark. Africa's a different story because it's more politics is from the barrel of a gun. So you're voting sometimes, if you vote, fear of your life, right? But in a country that's democratic and they vote kind of based on feelings, and you have popular leaders that, or actually the Philippines is actually a good example. I love Filipinos, but the way they do their elections is it's all about cult of personality, right? Actually, the Philippines is a good example. So if we're in that kind of level where people are just voting based on their feelings, right? Yeah, then you have. I would be in favor of cutting that off, right? It's for your own good. Um, but yeah, it's that's a whole different can of worms. Not something we really need to care about here. It doesn't really affect us economically, but just since you brought it up, the U.S. is a special kind. You have very high IQ and very low IQ at the same time, but overall, the U.S. is smarter than most foreign countries overall. But you have this, or the Americans have this idea that, you vote based on how you feel. If you feel it's true, it's true. And it's that loose playing with facts and a very good media empires that control, what people see and think and feel. It's that combination that ends up getting them into trouble. But at the end of the day, America does what's right. It just takes them a long time sometimes to figure it out. So I don't hate the states by any means. It's just sometimes they got to figure their shit out and pull their head out of their ass sometimes. But at the end of the day, they'll do what's right. Just takes them a while. So we always equate them as our drunken brother at a bar. So they go around, start fights, we clean up the mess, and we take them home. But at the end of the day, they're still our brother. And maybe they have drink a little too many Coors banquets for their own good, but they're not a bad guy. They just have drunken stupors and elect a giant orange for 4 years. Oh, God. Yeah, so, good times. But Canada's no saint either. We lose a lot of money. And our cousins, the Australians, holy fuck, they elect, the most angry racist people I can ever think of. And it's like, who the fuck's electing these guys? But apparently, it's kind of like your Midwest, where you get all these kind of stuck in the old ways kind of deal, but they make up the majority of the population in Australia. So the city dwellers are like, what the hell? And the country dwellers are like, get off our dirt. I guess most Australia's dirt. Get off our sand. And so they elect these hardline leaders, and it's like, oh, lordy. Yeah. Anyways, yeah, Australian politics is a barrel of scary laughs. Yeah. 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 But I do love Australia. Same thing. The Australians will go to hell and back with you. They're expert fighters. They're great to have at barbecues. No problems with the Australians. And the Kiwis are crazy ass fighters as well. New Zealanders are tough motherfuckers when they want to be, and that's the same with Canada. We're very passive, but when push comes to shove, it's we double down a lot. But what's our choices? Roll over and get boned by some shitty ass third world country, or some evil World War II-esque country? You're gonna fucking punch them in the face and tell them no. But yeah, it's the same thing the States does. Just everybody wants the States to be the world police, and then they cry when the States the world police. You can't have it both ways. So I got no problems with the States. And right now they're making me lots of money, so fuck it. Let the good times roll, United States. You're printing me money. So, yeah. Yeah. I'm really happy in my lifetime we'll see Southeast Asia go from peasants and rice paddies to middle class, modern. And that's really nice. When I was 30 years ago, China was like peasants. People running around rice paddies, dying of preventable diseases, ridiculous poor. And now they're Still a lot of ridiculous poor because they like the cheap labor, but they've like, wow, all these people are going to have great lives, and they're going to travel the world and be like America in the 30s, the worst tourists ever. The Chinese are horrible tourists right now. But Southeast Asia in general, Vietnam's doing great. Intelligent workforce. Their high tech industry is amazing. Laos and Cambodia still has to kind of pull their head out of their ass, but they're getting there. Myanmar just had a coup, but still better than the Middle East. They're all doing great compared to the Middle East or Africa. Although Northern Africa has been okay, minus Gaddafi and friends, and Islam kind of swapping through in the 80s, I think Islam came through. Forget when North Africa basically became the Islamic countries. Maybe it was just after World War One. I can't remember. But anyways, that kind of set them back a bit. But, they were doing good. So South Africa's kind of getting better. Ireland's doing amazing. So like all in all, Eastern Europe is getting better, minus Belarus and annexed Ukraine. But that's a whole different boat, right? That's local geopolitics. South America is kind of shrugging off the drug trade. Bolivia's getting better. Brazil's not burning down so much of their forests. I haven't seen what Argentina has been doing lately. Existing, I guess. But, all in all, everybody's getting better, healthier. It's not so bad, It's not like we're staring down nuclear war, and it's getting better. Yeah. Yeah. Anyways, so yeah, I'm happy that in my lifetime I'll see Southeast Asia, finally get their time in the sun, and that's good. They're good people, and they just need that. The Kingdom of Siam, modern Thailand, was like a powerhouse back in the day, and it fell to the global powers, and then it just never really recovered. But it was something back in the day. But it is what it is. So, all right, I'm going to give this some more lemons, and I think I'm going to preheat the oven and get something to drink. Because, we're just going sideways for the last half an hour. But, yeah, we're looking good. Yeah. And I haven't visited Markrek, because then I would know what country it's in. I haven't visited anything in Eastern Europe. Just Singapore, Australia. I did all of the from Cooktown all the way to Brisbane. I drove a car. I did basically the entire eastern coast of Australia. To about 90% of the way down until you get into the end of the Sydney area. So I think Brisbane's farther than Perth, yeah. So that's pretty cool. I can actually see where I drove on a map. It's big enough. It's nice. And then I did Chicago, a little bit of Chicago. I stayed a couple weeks in New York, and Syracuse, kind of walked around the downtown core, if that's a thing. And Japan. I spent a month and a half in Japan. Yeah. I don't know how to pronounce it. I have no travel in the Middle East or Europe or Africa. I do have a standing invitation to go to South Africa. But I got to get my health better. I can't get on an airplane with crazy panic attacks all the time. It would not be good. Yeah. It sounds familiar, though. Which country is it in? Oh, Morocco. Yeah, okay, yeah. And is it in the Western Sahara part of Morocco, or the Morocco that's still Morocco? And I think it's familiar because it probably has a large port there. and that's where the French had some battleships in World War One. It is a famous market, I believe. Yeah, Morocco's good. Morocco is Portuguese, I believe, then Spain, and so it has a heavy, like it modernized, right? Whereas, you know, if you're a king of dirt land and you don't treat your people right, you don't modernize, right? And so having that influence from foreign countries, and it gives you money, value, influence, and then that you build from that, right? Versus being isolated and decaying, which, some of the countries that don't trade or didn't trade or didn't have the influence of Western powers, um, that's what happened to them. So Arabic and French. Yeah, well, it's Arabic now, but at the time it was the Moors. If we go back far enough, Islam inside North Africa is a new thing on the grand scheme of things. So anything Arabic culture, that's all relatively new for North Africa. I think the Moors were considered Islamic, but they were their own thing, right? We can go back even further, and it's then the Numidians. But let me just check that. I think the Moors were Islamic. That's why they basically fought them. Spanish fought them and tried to conquer them under the justification they were heathens. The Moors. Oh man, you're making me think about things I normally never think about. Okay, the Moors is an exonym to designate the Muslim inhabitants of Maghreb. Okay, or the Iberian Peninsula. Sicily, Malta during the Middle Ages. Okay, so they were actually indigenous Marcoray Berbers. And the Berbers are the predating of the... what are they? They are the predating of the Saudis and the other guys. And they represent the people that traveled nomadically across northern Africa. Yeah, the Berbers. They go as far as Libya, Tanzania, Morocco, Mali, Canary Islands, and you can find them in Burkina Faso and Egypt's Souia Oasis. Yeah, right. So that's the Berbers. And then the Moors are settled as refugees in Maghreb because they also got pushed out of Spain. So the Berbers actually go as far as Spain, but they got kicked out. Right, because the bottom part of Spain way back in the day was Islamic. And then they kicked them all out, or it was owned by the Moors. And the Moors ruled Europe for 700 years in Spain and Portugal. Yeah, right. Until the Spains kicked them out on a Christian rampage. Yeah, now I remember. And then that's the Reconquista, which took place between 780 and 711, where they burnt over 1 million Arabic texts. Yeah, good times. Yeah. I don't know my European history too well. I'm pretty well versed because of all the Rome Total War, medieval Total Wars, and all this. But yeah, the Moors, or whatever, the Berbers, had the greatest influence on the Iberian Peninsula. And then before them was Carthage and the Carthaginians, which are basically like Romans. And then they descended from Greeks when the Greeks went and owned everything in the old world. And then before them, they came from Mesopotamia, and the Hellenistic went north, and then the, let's say, Islamic type people, they went west. But I don't know what they were called. But the Hellenistic tribes went north from Iraq or Babylon. But that's going way back. So yeah, I used to know the whole tree because depending on which warfare you're fighting in, based on the Rome Total War, you got to know But yeah, yeah, I'm a little rusty there. So, anyways, not to have a huge history lesson here, but um, we've traced them all back, right? Yeah, because whenever you have to talk European history, people are like, "Oh, we're Palestinian," and it's like, no, or we're Turkish, and it's like, well, it's based on your time frame you're measuring, right? You know, yes, no, yes, like you know, and of course Canada's a nation of immigrants. Like we're only 100 years old, and nobody is born Canadian per se. I think we're only fifth generation Canadian now is possible. So it's like it's eh, you know I can't go back and be like I'm Irish. It's it doesn't work that way. So it's nice to know relative context when you're talking about history and culture. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Well, the U.S. Technically Canada and the U.S. were the same country at one time. It was the 13 colonies, right? And Canada was just a bigger part of it. And then the U.S. went rogue, and Canada said, there's really no point in us going rogue. And then the U.S. went extra rogue, and there they are. They were born from warfare, and I think Canada finally got our independence officially in the 80s. We went and got the paperwork. Up until then, we were just de facto Canada because we said so, and Britain said fine. So in the 80s, we formally said, fuck it, we're a real country, and got the paper. Finally finished our degree. But yeah, I think where we got our original nationhood is in World War II. We refused to join the war unless we were represented as our own country under our own military leadership. Because we joined in World War I and we got our ass handed to us under the British command. Even though our guys did well and all that other stuff, the Brits really sent a lot of us to the grinders, right? And the Australians got it even worse with Gallipoli. Fuck that. So I think that's where I think, if I remember correctly, that's where we got our nationhood officialized. Because they said, okay, fine, you're your own country now, even though you've been running your own show. And then we went into World War II. And then we got it finally on paper after that. Yeah. Yeah. 1982. Fucking ridiculous, eh? But I love that little factoid where the states, fought civil war and they fought for their identity. We just went, hey, if it's not bothering you so much, can you recognize we were a country since I don't know 100 years ago? Oh yeah, no problem. Here, thanks. Fucking sad, but that really summarizes Canada in a nutshell. Is just, well, who fucking cares if we have a piece of paper? It don't matter. So whatever, right? Don't make a big deal about it. And so then we eventually get to it. Yeah, I love it. That's what I love about Australians as well. They don't fucking care. Take it easy. Everything's easy. All right, I gotta eat something or I'm gonna die. So I will be back in I don't know, 5-10 minutes. We look like we're doing okay here, so we're just trickling down, but that's expected. If we get below 1040, I'd be a little worried, but I mean, we're getting 17% by end of day here. I'll be happy. Yeah, exactly. All right, I'm back. So I was just getting some liquids and getting that all set up. So 16 minutes, I'll have a nice Hawaiian pizza. So it's the one I'm eating is just mass-produced Dr. Ector one, and it's pineapple, ham, assorted cheeses, and tomato cream sauce, which is basically their way of using less cheese, I guess. But a good Hawaiian is trying to balance the pineapple ham, because everyone knows ham and pineapple is fucking great. So you're trying to balance that against the savoriness or creaminess of the one of the two of the sauce and the cheese. So, yeah. Anyways, yeah. Yeah. Well, if I made a YouTube video that's like how I got rich fast, right? And then basically people just watch it, you're getting paid, let's say, a penny per every time someone watches it, right? So that's why there's all these clickbait scam titles, because they're getting paid as long as you click on it. And that's why YouTube now also, if people click on it and go away really quickly, right? They throw the ads later in the video so that you can't just scam YouTube by getting clicks. They have to watch, right? So, yeah, YouTube is making it harder for content creators to scam money out of them. So, that's good. Oh, yeah. Yeah, that's a classic, too. Buy this $100 book for you to make your own judgment calls. Yeah. Yeah. Well, the lemon stand will eventually run ads for the first introduction, but I don't know if I have control over it. But I need 1,000 subs, so you don't have to worry about that, Belts. Plus, if you just use AdBlock Plus, you never see ads anyways, so don't worry about it. Exactly. You do. But the idea here is that I'm not going to be advertising in the video. I'm not going to sell out. Although, if I could get an alcohol sponsor, this Sour Hour was brought to you by Diamond Alcohol. When you need a lot of something to drink your worries away, Diamond Alcohol. We'll get you so drunk, you'll forget you just lost 20% today. You're tearing us apart. Yep. No, you have to find sponsors that work, right? Or Clorox, the makers of bleach. Bleach. When you don't want to see no more how bad things are going. Bleach. Yeah. Oh yeah, limoncello. Yeah. AMC, this bud's for you. I'm gonna need 12 of them. These buds are for you. I'm gonna need another 12 more. Okay, look, buddy, you clearly have a problem here. This is like dialogue going on in the background. I'm gonna need like 24 to get through this day. Exactly, that's a good one. Yeah. Yeah. When the share prices get you down, let our full, robust flavor keep you up. Yeah, something like that. Good call. Yeah, because sponsorships pay more than YouTube would. Um, And, if you get a sponsor for Sour Hour, why not? They get their name said out loud, and you get to make fun of the fact that things are going bad. Yeah. Yeah. Same with Coors or most American beer. Yeah. You didn't know that? What do you think beer's made out of? Oh, man. How do Americans elect presidents? Jesus. Guys, I just found out the major ingredient of most things is water. you, you want to really blow your mind there, Belts? That 90%, actually, no, almost 98% of every product you buy, they're selling you water. Yeah, so they ship it as crazy alcohol and then they water it down at the source, right? To save on shipping costs. And Coca-Cola is sold as a syrup. They don't sell Coke um, not syrupy. That's only for the end consumers. Yeah, yeah, exactly. And that's called uh oh shit, what's that called? Oh man, tip of my tongue. Vertical marketing. You sell the same shit with a different label and of different strengths. So it's all these different stuff. No, I just added a little bit more red food coloring, or I didn't water it down as much. Yep. Okay, so they brew a concentrate and then they dilute it. Yeah, well, that's not bad. I mean, I'm sure Coca-Cola brews a syrup and then dilutes it on the ship it out part, right? Well, then you enjoy Canadian beer. I think it's minimum 5.8, and a strong beer is 8% here. Yeah, but of course you're not supposed to drink it to get drunk. But like, yeah, I do like the hell was it? Gauche. Gauche is nice. I do like a nice hoppy taste, or like a lemon radler that nicely hides the taste of the alcohol. Yeah, yeah. I drink to be hydrated, so I'm not a big fan of alcohol because it's not a good first choice drink. Oh, very nice. We have in Ottawa, we have one of our LCBOs has a vault in the basement, and it has all the ridiculous expensive drinks. And I think they have down there the Louis V or whatever, and that thing goes back to Napoleon. The how old it is, and it's like what the fuck? It's like 50 grand or something. I can't remember what it is, but it's something ridiculous. Then yeah, they had a lot of 30-year whiskeys. That's the high rollers go to the basement. Yeah. Molson, I think it's 5.5. Strong. They're not strong beers. Strong beers, I think, in Canada are legally maxed out at 8. Wines are 6 to 12. Yeah. Anyways, there's legal limits on alcohol in Canada, so I can't remember them all. $400 is not bad. Like, you know, get all your friends to pitch in $100, and you know, and maybe the dog can pitch in 200. So between your one friend and the dog, you got it covered. Yeah. Oh, come on, stocky price. I got a microphone to buy. So we're just completing a giant S here. But what's the volume for today? I'm curious. Ooh, our volume's good. We're at 100 million now. Yeah, we picked up. We started the morning kind of with a punch. Then we kind of dizzled out there, and then we came back swinging. Now we're kind of slowing down again, but yeah, double the volume of yesterday. That's good. Well, they're already all turning red. Look. Let's see how. Oh God. Oh God, Biden, stop talking. Stop. My fellow Americans. He's channeling his inner Clinton. Yeah, we'll see. Oh, I can't wait for this pizza to get into my belly. I want my baby back, baby back, baby back ribs. Hey, little baby, get in my belly. I'm going to eat you. Oh, that's nice. Yeah, lychee is okay. I those lychee candies have really gotten me uh, off of lychees. But oh, a good Mai Tai is super good. I didn't realize like a really well built Mai Tai is so deep in flavor. It's holy crap. I could chug those. Oh, durian martini. Durians smell bad, but they actually taste all right. Same thing with jackfruit. Oh, yes, you are right, chimp. I feel a fart coming on. Oh, I'm getting all emotional from it. Yeah. Huh. You think it's more popular? Man. But I guess people go to bars for fancier stuff than what they would get at home. 2 ounce gin, 4 jasmine tea. Yeah, actually, that would be pretty good. I don't know where you get Kyoto from, but I don't know if they're heavy on gin in Japan. But yeah, the jasmine tea and the gin would go pretty good. Then the lychee would lift it. Yeah, because jasmine tea and lychee is good. They pair very well, and then the gin would just give it a juniper berry taste. Yeah, I could see that. That's actually pretty good. Yeah, yeah. It's a vicious cycle. I'm on the Subway diet like Jared. Oh yes, so good. Americans and their Long Island iced tea. I was reading the history of that the other day, and apparently at one time there was only like four drinks that were served in America. And one second. So there was only four main drinks being sold at I guess bars or restaurants or whatever, and the Long Island tea when it came out basically just swept over the whole country and dominated like 80% of the market within like a very short period of time. And it was like the drink. Everyone had it everywhere, kind of like coffee is now, or soda, which was incredible. I didn't think it was that. Like I know it's part of American heritage, but I didn't expect it to be that insanely popular. But it was so good, and when it first came out, it just blew everyone's minds. Which like Coca-Cola when it first came out, it blew everyone's minds, and then they're all like, "Yeah, cocaine." I mean, it really puts a pep in your step. Oh, damn. This pizza's toasty hot. Sure, it just came out of an oven, but I should be able to grab it with my hands. I'm hungry. Get in my belly, pizza. Oh my god. It's glued to the pan. I'm gonna leave a little wee rosebud for this. Alright. I'm gonna just mute me because I'm gonna have to fight with this and I'll probably burn myself. Alright. Back again. Nice. A traditional Long Island iced tea is about 22% alcohol content. Nice. Vodka, rum, gin, tequila, triple sec, and 1 ounce of sweet and sour. And 1 ounce of cola, 1 lemon slice. So 1, 2, 3, 4 ounces of alcohol, 4.5 ounces of alcohol, 5 ounces of alcohol, and 1 ounce of cola. Holy shit. Yeesh, see going blind. Damn. I guess some of you are old enough that maybe when Long Island teas swept the country, you were there. because that was the 70s. It was invented on Long Island, New York in the 70s, and then it just swept across the entire country, which is interesting. A lot of history there, if you ever get bored one day. So I'm just pounding down this pizza, so I won't be so loud. I'm taking a look at the map for that game I was flying around on the side. Seems like there's a lot of unexplored territory that I'm not aware of. Ooh, it looks good. All right, I'm back. That was a good pizza. Oh, feels good to get something in you after almost how many hours here? Yeah, so I've been awake for probably 8 hours. It's good. Yeah. More smack talk. Oh, yeah. No, I think we've covered why it's going to 30 eventually. Just have to wait for it. I'm just taking a look at this map. Find out where all the bad guys are. Excuse me. Oh, that's cool. So I'm just looking at the game, and they added 26 new sectors, if you will. But of course, I haven't played the old one or the new one, so I don't know what is what. But essentially, they just added them all to the top of the map. So where I'm currently playing is near the top of the world in the old game. Oh, look at that breakout. So it went into an S, and then it punched over it with huge volume. 14,000 when we normally see about 1,000 in a last bit. So that will retract quite a bit, but that's a good sign that somebody realizes we're in for another bull run. Money is coming. Money is coming. We're gonna get rich. Give us more money. Alright, there's a pirate base here. That's what I'm looking for. Alright. Oh, and there's a pirate base in Silent Witness number 5. I like it. Guessing these orange people are bad? Yes. Red bad, orange bad. Yellow possibly bad. Alright. Oh, absolutely. Let's put some zest. I'll zest it all the way up. There we go. Let's get maybe today that things are getting better. Where's the moon? Okay. There we go. There. By the powers invested in the were lemon, it's going to raise the tides with its energy waves. It's like the eye of Sauron. It sees you. Now get pulled towards those squiggly lines. Oh, my finger just slipped on the ban button. Oh, goodbye, Justin. Whoops. Yep. I'll be like every other. Yeah, well, we're just over the black line, so we're doing the same thing. We have to basically stay over the black line, and then we got to get over this guy right here, which is 1108. So let's see if we get there. Yeah. Oh yeah, look at that. Look at that hold. So yeah, once we broke under, but I'm not expecting us to make new highs today. So this is gravy on the cake. We're at 21%. I'm expecting us to be 15, 18 by end of day. So if we do better than that, oh, I'm happy. So for anyone that's just joining us today, we do this every day. As long as AMC is running, the stock market's running, we're online. So make sure to sub if you like this sort of thing. Normally we do a little bit more day trading, but I'd say half of us, more than half of us, have our money stuck at 14. So we're just riding this baby out. But eventually we'll get back to it. I was just reading an article really quickly. Yeah. Looking at this, I think we're doing well, but I'm not expecting us to bust 1124 today. It'd take a lot of power to puss through that. So if I do a line from here to here. So if I was just to estimate, so here's end of day right here. We're now entering the sour hour. So if we go like wiggle, wiggle, wiggle with a huge push, we might clear this guy and this guy. But to like do that, like we'd have to go like almost vertical for a solid 10 minutes. So, and then when we get up here, we have to try to break through. So, that's hard. So, but we can see. I got nothing else to do but watch. Remove. Yeah. Well, I mean, can't say won't, but shouldn't. The likelihood is low. Yeah. Us breaking out of this, I think we can do it. This is looking really good. So we're in the channel right now. We didn't break out too much. So the likelihood of us going up and making an S is pretty good. But if we get an S, we might be able to punch through. But I don't know if we can get over this black line. Yeah. Yeah. It's all good. I've made a monstrosity. Duck, bear, snail, giraffe tail. Wow, you're going for food? Yeah, no. Let's see. We might as well get our draw on for sour hour. Let's build a bucket. So that's our goal post here. Make this a nice vine with flowers that I can't draw because of the stupid snap to. It's like laying down silicone. You have to really accentuate what you want to do, or it just falls on itself. Okay, those are really shitty flowers. And since it's sour hour, we're going to need a bunch of lemons. And just so they don't look like boobs, I will make sure to draw them in different shapes. Those are lemons. And this is a bucket of lemons. It's going for a dip, a sour hour dip. These are bad lemons. bucket of lemons. I'll just put a sour rim on it. All right, and we can make a tiki tree thingy, palm tree. Keeping with the Hawaiian theme. So, Tim, if you're looking to buy, then yeah. You could also, although you wouldn't be asking this question if you could day trade, but you could also buy just before 10:30, and then you get a little bit of a bump, and then you can sell just before end of day. You could try timing that, which starts right about here. Also now affectionately known as the squeeze. Purr, 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 purr. So there's sour, hour, and then this is the oof. God, it's hard to do. Ease. Yeah. There, good enough. Was that a Q? Wow. Yeah, now look at GME. Now that you mention it, I haven't looked at it in a while. So it completed the W right here, and then it just ripped right off. Fuck, these guys are gonna get screwed again. And then we're gonna pay for it again. God. I'm almost half tempted to buy GME just because people are so irrational with their money. But, I mean, this could just be a cat bounce, right? Because, remember, they've been on a downward slope since the 10th. There's been no upswing since the 10th. Just down, down, down. So that's 24. So that's since Wednesday 2 weeks ago. They've not seen a day of green. So they aren't doing so well. This is most likely a bump in the road. And they did break channel. Yeah. Surprisingly, they haven't curved, although that might be coming. So they didn't keep their velocity. They slowed down. And then broke channel. Didn't collapse. Came back in channel. But I don't think they got the power to... But we'll see. Excuse me. There we go. All right. Yeah, it's really bad. Let's just ignore that. Sour hour. Brr, 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 brr. All right. Although some of these look like hooded clansmen. I'm like, this is pretty clansy. I'm like, damn it. Or just blowing up condoms have a very similar shape. It's like, oh man. It's because this damn thing makes everything curved so it looks organic and weird. I can't do any sharp edges. Just like fucks them up. Ah, yep. But this is still pretty good. This is trending that way, so we might even get a 1114. But remember, 11 is a huge spot for us, right? So it's not like it's going to be easy. 11 to 1105 is quite difficult for us to get over. Oh, excuse me. Oh, that's something else too. I realized earlier today. So a lot of people, when they do their charts, whoops, they put their chart right against the side wall like this, and they basically are like this. This is how they do their chart. I don't know how anyone reads a chart like that. Like, I have to give it room to breathe, right? This idea that you're following it step by step against the wall, or even like that. I just realized like why the labels here, right? I'm busy looking here to here all the time, but really it's supposed to be like this, where I'm following as it happens right here, right? And it's like, but then you don't have any perspective, right, of shape or size. But anyways, I just realized that that's something I do all the time, but that's not default behavior of stocks or stockbrokers. Yeah, you always see me hit turn off auto and pan all the time, and that way I can kind of see how it will breathe. So far, we're on track. Oh, excuse me. What was this horrible drawing? Not, I don't know. That one can stay. That's a tropical bird. Uh, a really bad parrot that's been nailed to a log. There you go. There's the nails. It's a Norwegian blue. Lovely plumage. He's just pining for the fjords. Or resting. One of the two. Since I got some time to burn. Yep. We gotta look at that. I can advertise on the chart. So as we go through the day, it's like there's. Oh wait, hold on. There you go. Mountain cold and ice and drinks and sexy women and legs. Wow, buy alcohol. See? You can just advertise throughout the day. If they can give me a Bud Light emoji, I can just use that. Give it more Bud. Yeah. I could probably draw one and then save the drawing. What's this? Select exchange. Oh, that I did not know. What? Oh, look at that. Sweet. Eh, eh. And there's all the crypto exchanges. Kraken, Corvette, Timex, TradeStation made a coin? Oh man. Oh, TradeStation might be a market. Cool. So there's OTC. That's where we would get the trade on, or maybe here. Yeah. CFDs. I don't want CFDs. CFDs are for silly people. There we go. Welcome back. This is your regular showing up time. I know. 21% recovery, eh? Oh, so good. So if I would have sold halfway down and I bought at the bottom, I'd be laughing right now. But well done. And by sleeping, you mean what was it? Three Vicodin and a Xanax. It used to be thrown in my drink when I was a kid. It's time for naps. Yeah, today's pretty good. Yeah. We got a little bit of a luau theme here. Yeah. Although you don't want your toddler to have or daughter to have a taste for Vicodin. I would not want to deal with the terrible withdrawals. So we're working on our ad sponsors here. There's a Bud Light Mountain that refreshes us going into sour hour. You may get the paperwork, Roman. If you didn't elect for digital delivery, they'll mail you a paperwork. Yep. No, this is quite good. We're just trying to keep her steady. We got a boat full of lemons, or a bucket full of lemons is what this was supposed to be. So Yeah. Got the sour hour, and then comes the squeeze. That's spelt so well because it's so easy. Amateurs. It's all about gassing your kids with ether. Old school. I get about 2 subscribers a day. We're not yet at critical power, but yeah, 2 to 3 new subscribers. 3 on a good day. I think 2 today already. So by this time, 3 years from now, we'll hit 1,000. Oh, that's good, Mr. or Mrs. Cam. Can't tell from this distance. All I see is something that looks a little bit like the girl from The Ring at this distance. White with 2 black circles. Like, spooky. Oh, look at us break out. All right. We're going to go right over the lemons. Nice. Mister. And what's a TA? Technical analysis? Oh, look at that big giant green dildo. Giving you the technical analysis. Let's measure the girth. Let's see the girth here. Oh, that's adequate girth. Excellent. Excellent girth. Good circumference. That's a solid green dildo. Solid. I certify that one. I'm gonna make a kick its tires and make a meme out of it. Yeah. Oh. Yeah. Now, I think as one person mentioned earlier, as more people discover this stream, I'll collect people as we go along. Obviously, it'd be nice if it goes faster, but you know, it'll come. And yeah, it'd be nice if I could get to a point where I could just day trade all day, not worry about a real job. So hopefully that dream comes before my medical leave runs out. Oof. So we'll see. Or I get so filthy rich I can just quit my job, and who cares anyways? Yeah. What do we think happened? You may want to just rewatch the whole stream, Sarah, but essentially since 10 o'clock we've been on a tear. So, oh no, no gimmicks. Except for maybe drawing. That's a little bit of a gimmick here. But I'm not, no clown show. Can't do it. Yeah. Yep. Welcome back, after school crew. Welcome to the sour hour. Well, I guess my gimmick is a lemon, actually, come to think about it. The magic lemon has really helped out these days. So you can use the lemon to make your stock go up, and if that fails, you cut it up and put it in your drinks. Either way, your problems will be solved momentarily. There, I'll just quote you, Marshall. That'll be the chat for tomorrow. Yeah. Well, that's what I do, Vivier. I essentially go on random tangents, but mostly teach as I go. Today, not so much. Today, we're basically just going up nonstop. So there's not even It's like when we go down nonstop, there's not much to talk about. There's nothing here says I'm stopping. Like, there's a few points where it's kind of but it's just on a tear. The angle is great. Here was kind of meh, but we basically got through it. So, no, today was just a nice, solid tear, which we needed. I was happy when we got to 10, because that means the pressure's off of us. I was not expecting a recovery today, like this big. So this is awesome. We got a 22% recovery and we're not stopping. I love it. And GME got almost a 50% recovery. Oof. Big oofs. Whoa, no, don't want to do that. There we go. I'm really happy with, let's see, what would be a good number for subs? I guess 5,000 would be a good number. This stream now officially has more subs than AMC will ever reach in its share price. Suck it, AMC. Yeah. Oh yeah, definitely. It's Lambos tomorrow. It's always Lambos tomorrow. When we hit 10K tomorrow, because that's going to happen, we'll get our Lambos. No, I was saying 5,000 subs, Stacy. I think right now we're at 120. I think. Yeah, yeah, which is the running joke. It's tomorrow never comes, so everything's always tomorrow. There was a cool meme back in the day where it's next Wednesday. So that means a long time from now. Next Tuesday. Slightly shorter, but still a long time from now. So everything's tomorrow. And if it's going to be a long distance, I'll say tomorrow. Or the day after tomorrow. Yeah. So Cam subbed. Oh, Cam's actually a child's head. Okay. Wow. So much different. In YouTube Studio, the icon's about 10 pixels high in a circle. It is impossible to tell what I'm looking at. Yeah, that's okay. You guys are less weird when I can see. When I look at the notifications, you guys are about 50 pixels, 5 times bigger. Yay! So Karen, Harry, William James, David McCummings. Yeah, that's a legit name. There we go. And then our robot last night posted some porn, and YouTube cleaned it up. Thank you, spam bots. Anyways, let me check on. We have 214 subscribers. Not bad. For something that started, I don't know how many videos ago. How many videos do I got? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So we've been around for 26 videos, 26 days. And we got 214 subscribers. So that's not bad. So in a month, we're going to be 215. Okay. So in a month, we're going to be 216. Not bad. Oh. Yeah, you guys have, well, most of you guys, I presume, have rode through the bad days. So really, it's only good times ahead, at least for the next couple days should be awesome. I like the colors. It really actually goes with the sour hour boat like the colors. Ooh, you know what? I know what. How much time do we have? Okay. I don't want to block this in the last... we're going into 5:30. I gotta do this quick. Let's change the red to pink. Here we go. Softer color. Hey, there we go. That's very Hawaiian, colorful, on a beach. I feel warmer already. Now with the green, we could probably get less technical green. And let's give it a paler green. Just, yeah, more blue-green, like sea colors. Ah, I'm feeling the summer already. A little harder to see, but let's just go with it for now. Oh yeah, I should get some synthetic subs. Just pay, oh shit. I'll just have to get this the squeeze out of the way. We're going into the squeeze. Brr, 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 brr. Gotta get some air horns. Oh no, I'm not inverting them. We talked about that. I'd be so confused. Actually, I could do it for the short time. Sure, why not? It doesn't hurt anything. I don't want to block that. I want to see it just as much as you guys do. Red. And here. There we go. Only positivity. There you go. It's red in both directions? Oh yeah, that's actually even better. Instead of making them invisible, let's just do red in both directions. That's how manly we are. It's just red, 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 red. Hardcore. I only want blood. A trail of tears and blood across my screen. There you go. Anyone that tunes in is going to be like, the fuck? I'll be like, suck it. Yeah, exactly. Yep. So I own some of those Nanoleaf lights. And apparently what you can do is you can sync them up to... oh, excuse me. Oh, that pizza's giving me indigestion. Apparently eating a whole pizza made for a family is not a good idea. So you can set them up with if this, then that. And so as the share price changes, I can have the lights change. So if we go over, let's say, 5% or something, it dims down to yellow. We go into the gold zone or something. And it... No, I'm good. One pizza won't kill me. But that's probably going to be the last thing I eat today. Because as it gets later in the day, your serotonin levels go up to help you head to sleep. And that's what gets me. So is the red already throwing you off? Oh, look at it. And it's moving around. Whoa. Jesus, look at us go. 11:30. So we had resistance at 11. Where was that? Right here. So see, there's the resistance at 11. And then it just said, fuck you. Oh, so nice. Fuck, we're going to hit 30% and close on a high note. Mwah. So much money. Well, if I eat any later in the day, it'll make me sick. So, yeah, it'll have to be my last meal. Panic attacks are no fun. No fun. Yeah, I didn't think we'd get that high. I figured we'd go flat. maybe a little bit of a push up because of 1030, but it looks like we just, we got this for free basically. So, whoa! So someone was clearly trying to play the 1530, right? So that was somebody that put their money in here and now just sold all at once to you little bastard. Yeah. Yeah, but we know there's people that are day trading the stock heavy because that happens a lot. Now, I gotta zoom out. I got 30 minutes to check. Let's look at the 5-day. So, we are currently here. So our next stop is 1182. But we're on the top, so we just cleared all of this, which is pretty good. We got back 2 days worth of depression in one day. We did slow down. See how we became a little more uncertain and got wider, and now we just curved. That's good. Yeah, so yeah, we might even try for 1165. That would seemingly hard, but maybe they'll do it. We'll see. Whoa, whoa, whoa. I don't eat that stuff every day. One personal pan pizza is 1,100 calories, which is nothing. Diet Pop is free. Milk is relatively healthy. Yeah, all good. Where's what's his face? Zach when you need him. We should put up a sign saying $5. Because he's like, it's going to $5. There you go. There's some $5 lemons for you. There's someone screaming outside like they're being brutally molested. I'll just let that. Oh god. That's not a good. I was like, I'm gonna make a spooky ghost. And it's a spooky ghost, alright. Let me correct that. There we go. It's a ghost. Whew. No. What the fuck's going on? Someone being murdered? 1 second. No, it's just a kid throwing a temper tantrum. Or at least I hope. Now it's an octopus. No, Zach kept betting that it was going to go down to 5. Every time it went down $1, he's like, oh, 5. It's going down. Yeah. Yep. $5 for Zach behind the AMC. Yeah, why don't we'll build an AMC here. I need to pan up. With their spotlights. Proper size spotlight. There we go. There's Zach. Zach is out giving $5 around the AMCs. I know. Nuts on GME, eh? "50% of the time, it works every time." That doesn't even make any sense. But yeah, it does. 50% of the time, it works 100% of the time. Which means 50% of the time it works. Yeah, makes sense. It's a good old Sex Panther. It's quite pungent. It smells like pure gasoline. Oh, I know it. I know the quote. I watched Anchorman last night, and I quoted it for 3 years. Oh, I know it. It smells like Bigfoot's dick. This is worse than the time the raccoon got stuck in the photocopier. Yeah, I just watched it last night because we were quoting it. Oh, look, it's Zach. Speak of the devil. I don't know what you look like, Zach, so I had to just estimate you. So I drew you outside the AMC with your $5 shares. Yeah, last night Anchorman. Just because I'm a lady with what is it? Exquisite breasts, and they're all like shocked. Yeah. Good stuff. I should look up some Mrs. Brown's boys quotes so I can get a little bit more UK culture in here. Uh, I don't think so, Zach. I think you missed your boat. You should have sold when it was low, so you can rebuy when it's high, Zach. Like, geez, you got this whole stock market thing backwards. Buy low, sell high. Foolproof. Mrs. Brown's boy's so good. So good. Darn it. So good. Yep. I'll take all your money and I'll give you a piece of paper that says you have this many shares in nothing. That's exactly how the stock market works. You will have over 900 shares compared with the 900 you have now. That's some solid English. Oh, there was tons of heavy hedgy manipulation. Like, look at all the ladder attacks. Like, ladder, ladder. There was so much ladder attacks it went red. Like, like there and somewhere here and like there's one and I think that's one. Oh, there's one too and maybe here and then if the football guy throws it here and then they deke around this way and give the guy a reach around. You know. Oh man, look at all those ladder attacks. Yep. Oh, and while you were gone, we worked on a new logo. Um, so we're going with a lemon. So keeping with our Illuminati themes. So we got a lemon. We got some X-File action going on here. Oh crap, come on. Then we have this. Got a creepy ass all-seeing eye. Something like that. Or shrink this lemon down. Or make this X bigger. There we go. Like that. Yeah. And then we get the X-File theme music. And there you go. Illuminati confirmed. Or Lemonati. Ha 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 ha. Kill me. Look at that. Lemonati confirmed. Lemonati confirmed. Every time there's a triangle. Not a dead cat. Oh my god. Yeah. So I do kind of like a dead lemon. Just like a dead parrot. Yeah, they're just... Or kind of like how Face Punch Studios did their logo. Same thing. In this case, a lemon. There's something to be said that's comical about X's for eyes. Yeah. Oh yeah, pure lettering. I can't even see the stocks anymore. It's just a mess. So this here might turn into a crown shape. Maybe. We still have 15 minutes to go. All right. Oh yeah, Ja Rule, Elon, and Justin Bieber all came in and visited us. Yeah, head to work. Don't get late. Have a pep in your step. You got 25, 24, 23% of your money back. This all red's pretty good. You can't tell if it's doing good or bad. No, the Beebs hasn't been here today. Unless you missed him the other time. I missed him the other time as well. Somebody said he came in. Yeah, so... people taking profits in case it gaps down overnight, but we still got 10 minutes, so... Yeah, see? ES just did what everyone else was thinking. Blame Canada. Yeah. And it's funny because all my American friends were singing that song as an insult, but if you actually hear what you're singing, it's it's not an insult. And I was like, oh, once again, South Park, double-edged sword. So good. Does one really stay in the YMCA, Or does the YMCA stay in you? Didn't gay joke. Welcome, Mr. Howie Mandel. If you're not here all day, then none of this will make sense to you. We're just riding out the last 10 minutes. I would rather question why there's so much blood on my screen. But, yeah. I'm sure people that are looking around on YouTube are going to be thoroughly confused on the thumbnail. Whoa, whoa, whoa. No sacrificing cats. Let's throw, let's say, a U.S. politician or what else could we do? A stimulus bill? We could sacrifice a stimulus bill. Come on, buy some shares. Kick someone out of office. Anything. Yeah, this we do technicals all day, or I do technicals all day, and the gallery here just heckles me all day generally. And but right now it's the squeeze. Indeed. Get to work. You can't buy more shares if you're fired. This looks like a bathtub murder scene. The spray on the wall with dead lemons. And we got our AMC theaters up here. We got a visual feast. That's a valid question. You're going to need a job today for tomorrow. Haha. Countered. So keep your job for today till we get to tomorrow. There we go. We turned the colors to red only. Just for some last minute lulls. And actually, I had it so it was nice tropical theme, but now it looks like murder, and we're doing it. See, I don't think you're gonna get a strong drop. Not after this kind of run, because we've paid for this run pretty much the whole time. So you should not have a sell-off. If you have a sell-off, it's like here, people locking in the profits. So we're on a second run, so this should continue overnight or start up with a gap tomorrow. This is people profit taking because they don't want to be in overnight. And then when it gets too low, they get back in, or they're going to get back in overnight. Zach will come back in December and be like, $5, and we're sitting at 35. It's like, yeah, one day, Zach. Exactly. Yeah. All right. How many minutes we got left? We got. Shit. Can't do math right now. Food is clearly digesting. 5 and 2. 7. 7 minutes left. Yeah. Well, you should have gotten lucky on that last overnight. That last overnight should have been better, but we got pooched. So we got 7 more squares to go. All right, let's just clear this baby up. Okay. And our goal is right here. So hopefully go higher than this X. Haha, it's a treasure map. A positive pessimist? By the very definition, you can't be a positive pessimist. Um, the only qualifier I know of is opportunist. So you're an opportunist pessimist. So, and that's used in the military. So, do I shoot this target if I don't know if it's bad or good? If you're pessimist, you lean on the side of no, and if you're optimist, you lean on the side of yes. But then you can modify if it's really a good opportunity, then flip to this one. So it's like, well, if I shoot him, I'll get 100 points. Go for it. Opportunistic pessimism and optimism. Yeah. Positive pessimism. I am positive. I'm pessimistic. Well done. You're super serial. There. Ah, that was actually multi-piece. I thought I did it all in one. There you go. X marks the spot. Zach is a ghost. Yeah, so if you're new to stock trading, so there's basically two powers, right? There's the Zach attack, and then there's all of us. And it's just this balance between Zach wants $5, we don't want $5. And it's just the constant balance. And eventually we all just fade into a big giant butthole on the screen. And that is the meaning of life. We're all going to be a butthole. A 32k sell wall at 11, yeah. Well, 11 was going to be, like, so you can see the trouble 11 gave us, right? So we pushed through, but we just crowned and came back. But that's expected. So this is good. I wanted to leave at 11. We got it. This is all just gravy. And hopefully we get a tiny kick up near the end, and then we're good to go. Oh, we talked him into it. He's gonna go as high as 550 now. Yeah. Yeah. And Broadway shows are less awesome than our AMC theater, right? So we'll open before that. So that's good. Because we have the Clorox Company. Dun dun dun. And a prestigious random University of Harvard, I believe, giving us the thumbs up. It's that thing from Stranger Things. Rawr, it's coming for your face. It's got lots of teeth. All right, 2 minutes. Laser eyes. It's melting the fabric of time and space. Okay, we're on the last 30 seconds. So here we go with the sell-offs. And then we might get a last second buy-in. Our volume's been really good at the end here. Yeah, we're now at 125 volume. This volume's been really strong. So much so I haven't even looked at it. It was doing so well. Sweet. We're doing great. Alright, and that's game. We've officially closed at that. Let me just set that back, and there you go. So, pretty good. Oh, so that's the bid ask. Oh, cool. So yeah. So post market, we're already up 5 cents, and the post market is a spread of 12, almost 12, and 10.50. So that's quite the spread. Where's 12? So it goes to 65. So it's here to here. There's no trades in between. Nice. All right. Yep, my Jimmy's got laddered. So we'll be back here tomorrow for all you people that just joined us. Sub, you'll get a notification. If not, I will see you tomorrow. This time. Every day. I'm off to fly spaceships around. So I'll see you guys all tomorrow. Get your kids to sub up so I can have lots of subs and we can get up to 1,000. Oh, we're up to 219 now. Wow, so nice of you guys. All right, see ya.